UITM Puncak Alam Campus, Madam Anne Arina Lema Thomas, to give a talk about radiography education during pandemic COVID-19. Hand over to you, Madam Anne.
Thank you very much for a very sweet and short introduction from our MC today. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all our respected guests today, especially to Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Wan Sakina Harith, the Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, UNIZA, Yang dihormati Dr. Masum, the Director of Poltekkes Sebara Indonesia, TS Cik Syawal Marsaid, our President of MSR, and also to Dr. Sugianto, the President of PARI Indonesia, all staffs of the Medical Imaging Department of UNIZA and Poltekkes, students, all distinguished guests, and all the participants. Thank you very much, and it gives me a very great pleasure to be invited as the keynote speaker for today. Although we are not able to meet up and having the event in the normal way, but we are grateful that we are still connected with each other via online. Orang kata ada hikmah di sebalik musibah. Yeah, with the COVID-19 still around and God knows when it will disappear. Hikmahnya adalah kita semua semakin mahir menggunakan segala teknologi bagi meneruskan kehidupan seharian. Kalau dulu we only know how to use our smartphone and video call, but now dah tahu dah Zoom tu apa, Google Meet tu apa, kan, pelbagai platform yang kita boleh guna pakai dah. Once upon a time we don't even know what is Google Meet or Zoom, right? So it's all a new thing to us when the pandemic COVID-19 hit us last year, right? Negara Asia khususnya Malaysia ya, antara negara yang amat terkesan dengan pandemik COVID-19 ni. Selain daripada sektor ekonomi, of course our sektor pendidikan antara yang paling banyak terkesan. And up to yesterday, our cumulative COVID-19 cases in Malaysia is around, it has reached 2.5 million, which brings me to our theme for my keynote address today, which is the radiography education during pandemic COVID-19. So when I was contacted by Miss Yati, a few weeks ago, and she was giving me the theme for today, there was so many information that I think I would like to share. But then it made me think again, with that 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes that given to me, I don't think I have enough time to share all of it. So I will share with all of you the most significant content on how do we conduct our education or our classes during the pandemic 19. This is not saying that we are practicing the best method or we have the best practice in conducting our classes, but I would like to share some of our experience during this pandemic COVID-19. Yeah, right. So I may not only address the issues that arise in radiography education scenario, but I will in fact share or address the issues that are actually more general, and I believe other fields in health sciences also facing the same issues as us. So let me share with you my presentation for today. Yeah. Okay. All right. So do excuse me, I need to switch off my camera because my internet is not very stable this morning, and do allow me to present in dual language, which is Bahasa Melayu as well as English, although my slides are all in English. Okay, right. Right. This is basically my presentation today. So if you can see, the background of my presentation is actually our building in the Faculty of Health Sciences in the campus of Puncak Alam Selangor. Do welcome to our campus when the COVID-19 is over. Please come and visit us in our campus. Now, for my topic today is the radiography education during pandemic COVID-19. So basically, the issues and the topic is quite, what do you say? How do you say that? It's quite big issues there, and it's actually affect not only the radiography education, but as the whole education systems in everywhere in the world. It's like global issues. Right, so this is the outline of my presentation today. So we will start with the introduction, and then I will explain on what is ODL, ataupun open distance learning, and how does radiography education affect by ODL, challenges faced by learners or students, challenges faced by lecturers or teachers, and then moving towards the hybrid learning, and last but not least, a conclusion. Right. Okay. Our pandemic COVID-19 had hit us back in actually end of 2019, but on March 11, 2020, that is when WHO declared COVID-19 as the global pandemic. So due to the spike of the COVID-19 cases back in March 2020, most of the country in the world enforced movement control order, which include the government of Malaysia. Okay, this is to minimize the transmission of COVID-19 in the community. So in addition, the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia at that time asked us to implement the online distance learning to aim at maintaining the continuity of the teaching and learning process during the MCO time. Because we cannot stop the education and we need to continue. But at that moment, when the government enforced the MCO order, actually my students were all over Malaysia. Most of them are doing their clinical, and most of them stuck. Mereka semua terperangkap dan tidak boleh bergerak ke mana-mana. The hospital do not allow the student going in, and the students cannot move or going back to their own kampung, and everyone is stuck in any city in Malaysia ni. Dia tak boleh bergerak ke mana-mana. At that time, I think everyone dalam keadaan yang sangat panik, sebab Perdana Menteri announce pada masa itu, dan segala-galanya seakan-akan terhenti. Tidak boleh ke mana-mana, tidak boleh berjalan ke sini, tidak boleh bergerak ke mana-mana. Kita sangat terkesan, especially sektor pendidikan pada masa itu, especially the university student, seperti program-program health sciences yang mana berada di hospital, yang berklinikal, they are all not allowed to go to the hospital, and they are not able to go home. Masa itu memang sangat pening, and we have to arrange all the transportation, we have to arrange the movement order to the students, and how do we get the students from point A to point B. Sangat chaotic pada masa itu, and we have to put on hold the classes just to make sure a very emergency, apa orang kata, SOP yang secara kecemasannya kita buat pada masa itu. So when that happened, the university, UiTM in particular, have ordered all of the lecturers and all the students to have an open and distance learning. And open and distance learning perhaps is quite new to us at that time. Okay, although kita memang ada blended learning, kita memang ada kelas pendidikan jarak jauh with all the students all over Malaysia, tetapi kita masih lagi ada kelas yang face to face. But for this open and distance learning, it is more flexible, and in terms of the access and multiple modes of knowledge acquisition. So dia agak perkara yang agak baru to some of the university at that time. Okay, so in MQA 2021, MQA is Malaysian Qualification assurance, the body that control the quality of the syllabus of the university. So it says that open and distance learning is a flexible educational opportunities. But in UiTM, we make it more simple. The definition of the open and distance learning is the learning at a distance through an online platform or any form of remote delivery method that ensures no student left behind. Learning sessions are conducted synchronously or asynchronously. Now, it can be using any online platform. It doesn't mean that it should be using Google Meet or Zoom. It can be using WhatsApp. It can be using Telegram, any form of remote delivery. Okay, pada masa itu. Right? This is taken from the garis panduan ODL in UiTM. Ya. So, kita boleh memberi ataupun menyampaikan apa-apa kuliah dalam apa-apa bentuk. Okay, so it's quite flexible to us. Now, how does radiography education affect by ODL? As you guys know, our program memang memerlukan hands-on. Kan? We have all the procedures, we have all the, not just the procedure like X-ray examination, but we also have anatomy lab, we have the critic, image critic lab, we have the clinical, so everything needs more hands-on as compared to other programs such as contoh macam education ke, apa tu, arts ke, kan? So health sciences program memang dia affected by this pandemic. Now we are focusing on radiography education. Memang dia memang terkesan pada masa itu. Yeah, I'm sure all of us terkesan, not just in Malaysia, in Indonesia as well. Now, when we are instructed to do this ODL, yeah, specifically for us in health sciences faculty, kita refer, kita rujuk kepada a few related academic resources of UiTM regarding on how to impose this ODL based on our nature of program. Ya, ingat tadi, our nature of program is not the same as others. Ya, kita seperti medical, kita seperti dentistry, ya, kita health sciences memang banyak hands-on, banyak berjumpa patient, banyak yang perlukan lab, ya, makmal. So, the effectiveness ataupun keberkesanan ODL, it all depends on the challenges that we face. Either the challenges that faced by the lecturers or faced by the students. These two are something that we need to think about, something that we need to highlight. Yeah? Macam mana challenges that faced by the students, our students, daripada negatif kita tukar kepada positif keberkesanannya. As well as the lecturers, because not all lecturers are IT savvy. Tidak semua lecturers dia mahir dalam teknologi ni. Okay, some senior lecturers pun mungkin lebih mahir daripada junior lecturers, mungkin. So semua ini adalah benda yang kita perlu tengok. Sit back, have a look, make a survey, apa yang kita boleh buat, apa yang kita boleh olah, what we can improve or make an amendment so that it can suit our field. Okay, right. So, in terms of ODL, yeah, the terms and language used to describe ODL may vary across geographical divide. Yeah, among the more commonly used terms related to ODL, mungkin ya di negara-negara lain kita menggunakan term-term yang berlainan untuk ODL. Some use correspondence education, some use home study, independent study, external studies, continuing education, distance teaching. Semua ni adalah terms-terms yang digunakan untuk ODL, ya, technology based or e-learning, mobile learning. These are all ODL. So platformnya adalah pelbagai. Namanya pun pelbagai. So it's more flexibility dekat sini, ya. But for UiTM, we have more simple and specific definition of ODL yang seperti yang digariskan di dalam garis panduan tadi, ya. But nonetheless, the Malaysian Qualification Agency mentioned that in whatever situation, semasa kita membuat ODL ni, especially to our field ni, radiography education ni, in whatever discipline where a program standard exists. Seperti kita di Malaysia, kita ada program standard untuk sains kesihatan. So we have that program standard. So in such with the program standard, Such program standard for health sciences, specific requirements stipulated in the program standard will take precedence. Apa yang dimasukkan di sini? Apa-apa pun cara dalam ODL yang telah diarahkan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, apa-apa pun, apa saja yang diarahkan, kita mestilah utamakan apakah ciri utama dalam program kita sendiri terlebih dahulu. Contoh, we need hands-on. So, we need to highlight hands-on skill tu tadi di dalam ODL kita ini. Macam mana kita nak ubah, what should we do daripada hands-on, face-to-face tu ke ODL. Tanpa mengurangkan sedikit pun dia punya kualiti. Tanpa memberi apa-apa kesan pun kepada pelajar itu. Okay, maksudnya kat sini, contohnya, before the COVID-19 pandemic, in UiTM, memang kita telah mengimplementkan blended learning in syllabus. Okay, although it was not compulsory, but we already implement blended learning. So, not to say the pandemic does not affect us. Sebab bila kita pandemik, kita hendaklah 100% ODL, tidak berjumpa langsung dengan pelajar. Tetapi kalau blended learning last time, we still meet up with the students. So that's the difference between the ODL and the blended learning. Okay, so in UiTM, we have a platform we call UFuture, which initiated by UiTM for blended learning purposes. Now, through UFuture, the students were able to access the teaching materials, recorded or live lectures, and online activities such as the assessments. But at the same time, they still had a physical interaction with lecturers through face-to-face classes, assessments, and examination. And most students were satisfied with this type of flexibility of blended learning. Which can be done in any place and any time, as well as kat mana-mana pun, di mana-mana pun. But when the education mode was totally changed to ODL, ini memang sesuatu yang baru juga kepada kita, yang apa orang kata mengubah kehidupan kita 360 darjah. All the lecturers work from home. All the students study from home. Classes from home. So no physical interaction at all with the lecturers. Okay. Now, challenges faced by the learners or the students at that particular moment. If you can remember back in 2020, March 2020, bila kita semua being given or instructed with the MCO, all universities, all schools closed, what are the challenges faced by the learners or the student? Kita jangan fikir kita saja sebagai lecturer ataupun teachers. We need to think about the students, because the students is our clients, right? So, the crucial parts of online learning are self-regulation, motivation, and internet literacy to drive the students to complete their studies. Now, motivation is an important factor as the online environment possesses its challenge, where students hold their responsibility for learning compared to physical classes. Maknanya, when during online, student ataupun pelajar itu sendiri yang kena berdisiplin, bermotivasi untuk masuk kelas online. Sebab tidak ada orang yang memantau. Dia berada di rumah. Lecturer tidak memantau keberadaan pelajar-pelajarnya. Tidak boleh memantau seperti yang kita memantau pelajar di kelas semasa kita face to face. Lack of motivation can drive students to procrastinate. Dia akan, bila dia tak ada motivasi, dia akan berlengah-lengah melakukan tugasannya. Besides, other factors affecting students' attitude towards ODL are related to demographic characteristics and also the computer skills. Demographic characteristics are very important. You should know, or we should know, what is the background of our students. Okay, in terms of financial constraints. Kalau di Malaysia kita ada kategori-kategori. Kalau ada dia adalah kategori B40, di mana dia memerlukan banyak bantuan kewangan. Ataupun demographic characteristic, contoh environment, persekitaran di rumah tidak sesuai untuk dibelajar. Contoh, terlalu ramai adik-beradik. Dalam rumah ada satu bilik sahaja. Dalam rumah ada satu laptop sahaja, tapi adik-adik semua perlu juga online classes. So how many of them need to share one laptop? They are not they cannot afford smartphone, they cannot afford the laptop, they cannot afford to buy PC. So these are all the constraints that we need to think semasa kita nak implement ODL, not just for radiography education student. No, it's actually affect all students. Yeah. Other than that, we have to think on the technical part such as computer skills. Okay, tak semua juga pelajar ni IT savvy. Ya, contoh kalau kita mohon pelajar membuat video, for example, not all students are able to edit video, to understand how to use the application to make the video, and etc. etc. So some of the students may need extra guidance from the lecturers in terms of technical subject, and due to ODL, this cannot be done, and their academic performance can be seen drastically down, and some even decided to quit the program. So nampak tak impact dekat sini? Kesan kepada pelajar-pelajarnya. Yeah, that is the impact or challenges in terms of the behavioral of the patient, of the student, sorry, and the financial constraints or the demographic characteristic of the students, yeah? The technical part of the student, the technological part of the student. So benda-benda macam ni, all these factors we need to put into consideration whenever we want to to perform ataupun to conduct our ODL classes. Okay, as I mentioned just now, technical, yeah, methodological difficulties, because our field, radiography field, is not purely theoretical and needed to have the hands-on experiences. But ODL can only fill the theory to practice holes and cannot be as effective as an actual hands-on. Yeah. Nampak masalah di kat mana? Theory to practice holes tu kita boleh fulfill during ODL. But the hands-on part, yang itu yang kita kena fikir. Macam mana kita nak make sure the quality of our graduate, the quality of our students masih lagi kekal sama seperti graduan-graduan yang lepas. Okay, but first of all, bila kita nak implement ODL ni, kita kena fikirkan masalah-masalah student seperti yang saya sediakan di dalam slide ini. Okay, for example, behavioral ni memang sangat terkesan, ya. If they don't have the motivation, student akan we can see the performance students will be drastically down. Okay, motivation tu kena ada. Ya. Kalau dia face to face, if the students in the lab, ya, dalam kelas, ya, they have the group, they have the friends. Kalau dia tak faham, dia boleh tanya kawan-kawan dia. Tetapi bila di ODL, she or he doesn't have that opportunity ataupun peluang untuk belajar bersama-sama kawan face to face, bertanya dengan kawan-kawan dia face to face. Okay, ni adalah masalah pelajar kita sebenarnya. Okay, and in fact, sebelum we kick off 100% ODL, we make a lot of surveys to the students. A lot of surveys. Kita buat survey macam mana keadaan dia di rumah, macam mana status mental health dia di rumah, kesihatan mental dia di rumah, macam mana keadaan keluarga, pendapatan keluarga dia terjejas ataupun tidak semasa pandemik ini. Ya, adakah dia kategori B40 yang perlukan bantuan kewangan, bantuan zakat, ya. Semua ini kita buat survey dari masa ke semasa. Ya. And the university itself is the main person, ya, kita kata person yang perlu membantu pelajar-pelajar yang mengalami semua masalah ini supaya mereka juga tidak ketinggalan dalam pelajarannya. Okay. Kita masih lagi belum solve how to make sure the hands-on skill tu mesti terjaga dalam ODL. Kita belum lagi solve itu. Kita masih lagi bercerita apakah masalah-masalah yang dihadapi oleh pelajar kita. Okay, and macam mana kita nak identify dan apa yang kita harus buat selepas ini. Right. Next, we are not just looking at the challenges faced by the students, but we also looking at the challenges faced by the lecturers or the teachers. And I am sure the lecturers, the UNIZA or the Poltekkes mengalami challenges ataupun cabaran yang sama seperti yang kami hadapi. Okay, so all these challenges, all these problems we need to face. Apa yang kita kena hadap dulu? What do we do first? What do we do first? Yeah, what do we do first before we kick off our ODL? Now, there are a few things that we implement or we work on prior to ODL. We have to revise the course. Yeah, we have to revise the student learning time. Yeah, and then we design our ODL method to suit our content tadi, to suit our student learning time as well. We change the study of plan and we restructure the clinical practice. How do we do that? From where we start and how do we do that? Yeah, first memang kita disuruh untuk revise the course. Bukan kita ubah syllabus, tidak. We just revise the course, the content to scrutinize and make improvement on the course content based on a few guidelines. Okay, first of all, tengok balik content kita. Okay, tengok balik content kita. Essential content and assessment must be consolidated to achieve the stipulated outcome. Omit nice to have content that will not affect the outcomes. Yang penting outcomes. Contoh practical or procedure subject. Omit nice to have content, but we must not affect the outcomes. And we need to align our assessment for the procedure subject to outcomes. Maybe kita perlu buat 3 to 4 assessment as needed. Reduce the number to a maximum of only 4 graded assessment. Di UiTM sekarang ni, we have only 4 assessment for each subject. Tidak lebih daripada 4. And we try to reduce the final examination. Okay, we make more on the final assessment and the continuous assessment. Right? And the assessment, especially for the procedure subject pun, kita ubah untuk achieve kita punya outcomes of that particular subject. Okay. Other than that, we need to differentiate graded summative assessment from the rest. Some formative assessments are graded, while others are non-graded assessment. Okay. Now, another thing that we need to revise in the course is to simplify. To simplify, such as one graded assessment may address 2 or more learning outcomes. Okay, contoh kita ada 2 outcome, kita guna satu assessment saja untuk menilai kedua-dua outcome tersebut. Okay, then it will make the course content more simplified. Right, next we need to revise the student learning time. We need to calculate the student learning time rigorously. Okay, you need to calculate that. Berapa minit untuk dia menjawab satu case study? Berapa minit untuk dia menonton video dan reflect video tersebut? Okay. Berapa minit untuk dia develop a video with the procedure, yeah, dan untuk dia bagi feedback on that particular video. Okay. How many hours the student need to record the video and submit the video? Kesemua ini kita kena kira. Berapa jam student ni spend? Now imagine in your program, for one semester, you have 6 subject for the students. Okay, you have 6 subject for the student. Each subject, kalau you tak ubah, you tak revise you punya content, you tak revise you punya student learning time, let's say each course, you have 5 to 6 assessment. Imagine 6 courses in that particular semester. 6 courses multiply by 6 assessment. 36 assessments the student need to do. Okay, tak bangun student tu daripada depan laptop. That is why UiTM reduce the assessment to only 4 assessment. Okay, sebab kita memikirkan keadaan pelajar di rumah juga. Remember, they also have the challenges such as internet, such as financial, such as demographic. Ya, contoh tadi kan, satu rumah ada 6 orang adik-beradik menggunakan satu laptop untuk kelas online. So macam mana student ni nak attend lecture lagi, nak buat assessment lagi, right? So we need to think towards that. Okay, so calculate the student learning time rigorously. Okay, next, designing ODL. Now this is the best part. Now designing ODL, we must know the students, analyze their prior knowledge, prior experience, access to technology and the internet, learning environment, family support. Ini yang saya kata tadi, the challenges faced by the student, you must know. So, if you know your student, what challenges they face at home, it will be much easier for you to design your method of ODL. Okay, so what we did last time, we ran the readiness survey and learning style inventory. Okay, kita buat survey. Kita hantar survey kepada pelajar, ya. Kita tanya pelajar, are you ready to do this ODL? Okay, kalau tak ready, apa masalah-masalah yang you hadapi? Okay, adakah masalah kewangan, kekangan IT, kekangan Wi-Fi, for example, ya. Not all students are exposed to video editing skill. Some are without good connection at home. And you need to identify what appropriate design for the delivery of the course from all the problems that students have told you in the survey. Okay, so not all outcomes can be achieved through student discussion, nor will the lectures address all outcomes. Yeah, so untuk designing ODL ni, kita memang kena tengok keadaan pelajar. We must suit their background. Okay, jangan terlalu membebankan pelajar. Contoh, if all this while you have 2 hours of lecture face to face, for example, but for ODL, you may give the students the lecture notes in advance. Let them read through the lecture notes, okay, prior to the lecture, and then during the lecture hour, you are not giving them lecture, but you only conclude, simplify, explain, discuss, and perhaps giving them some questions for exercise instead of 2 hours lectures. Okay, ingat, pelajar-pelajar kita ni ada yang mengalami masalah internet, masalah data. Okay, satu lecture kalau dia buat 2 jam direct lecture with all this video ke apa ke, satu lecture saja pelajar ni dah habis dah data dia. Okay, that is why we need to design our ODL as minimal as it best, but without affecting the quality of the ODL. Okay, right. Now the role as a lecturer in this ODL, designing ODL, is multiple. We are the learning developer, we are the facilitator, we are the lecturer, we are the motivator, and we are also the evaluator. Now, when the ODL ni bukannya lecturer lepas tangan. Okay, lecturer tidak lepas tangan. We should be the facilitator. Okay, we can always discuss with the students offline using Telegram, using WhatsApp. Okay, using the platform, apa-apa platform. Yeah, discussion dalam tu I discuss, for example. Right? So our role, not just as a lecturer, but also we facilitate the student and also motivator. Mind you, student masa pandemik ni memang ramai student yang mengalami masalah kesihatan, especially kesihatan mental. Okay, and some of them really cannot study at home. Yang banyak masalah di rumah. So we need to motivate them. We need to motivate them. Always keep in touch with your own students, yeah, to make sure they are all healthy, not just physically, but also mentally. Now, what we do next is the change of study plan. Okay, tadi kita dah revise the course, ya. Mula-mula kami revise the course, and then kami revise the student learning time, and then kami design ODL according to the students punya keadaan tu, ya. And then we change of the study plan. So what do we mean by change of study plan ni? We change di mana ada subjek yang memerlukan hands-on, contoh klinikal, kita ubahkan dia ke tahun akhir dengan harapan pada masa pelajar tahun akhir tu nanti hospital-hospital di Malaysia ni sudah memberi laluan, sudah membuka pintunya untuk pelajar-pelajar kami masuk. Kalau ikutkan, pelajar-pelajar kami akan berklinikal pada tahun kedua dan juga tahun keempat. Ya. Tetapi disebabkan pandemik, yang tahun kedua tu kami shiftkan ke hujung sekali. Kita bagi student ni pergi 2 semester terus ataupun setahun. Ya, so we change of a study plan. Subjek-subjek practical hands-on yang tidak heavy, kita teruskan. Kita teruskan, ya. Tidak heavy, kita teruskan. Dengan cara apa? 1, of course, lecture. 2, we make a video, virtual. Ya. We make the video in the lab and then we post it to the students and then let the student learns from our video, from our YouTube, and then during the assessment, instead of hands-on, kita menggunakan cara Viva. Cara Viva, ya, kita minta student tu terangkan secara Viva. Itu untuk subjek yang hands-onnya tidak terlalu banyak. Okay. Now, if subjek dia terlalu banyak hands-on, contoh prosedur from head to toes, daripada kepala sampai kaki. Banyak kan yang itu, prosedur yang itu. So what do we do? Change of study plan. UiTM ni dia memberi peluang juga pelajar masuk ke kampus walaupun pada awalnya kita ada MCO. Ya, ini pun dengan kebenaran Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi. So we have that very special slot only for practical hands-on subject. Memang kita bawa pelajar-pelajar masuk semula ke kampus dengan SOP yang sangat-sangat ketat, and we do that particular lab sahaja. Maksudnya untuk subjek lab sahaja kita bawa pelajar tu masuk. Tetapi kita tetap ubah study plan pelajar. Ubah study plan in terms of apa? Assessment dia. Kalau ikutkan, kalau subjek praktikal, kita ada banyak practical exam dengan practical test. Tetapi untuk yang subjek yang ini, semasa pandemik, we change of the study plan, we change the content di mana kita kurangkan assessment dia. Okay, kurangkan hands-on assessment ataupun face-to-face assessment. Ya, kita guna cara lain. Cuma kelasnya kita bertuah, kita bersyukur masih lagi boleh bawa masuk pelajar pada one particular slot and we full swing buat lab sahaja pada masa itu. And last but not least, we restructure the clinical practice. Now, when we restructure the clinical practice, we are actually referring to our program standard of health sciences, which we required a minimum of 1,000 clinical hours for the period of 3 to 4 years of study to fulfill the diploma or degree cert. All right, 1,000 clinical hours. But during pandemic, of course, we cannot achieve this 1,000 clinical hours. So what do we do? What do we do? We refer to the MQA document, which revised back in March 2020. MQA said that the students, if the student have achieved 70 to 80% of the clinical hours semasa pandemic tu datang kan masa tu, that hours should be counted as it is and it is valid. However,
I'm sorry, madam, for the interruption. You have 3 more minutes less.
All right, thank you. Okay. However, if they cannot achieve that 70 to 80% of hands-on hours, the department is allowed to replace or design the assessment accordingly. Contoh, kita buat Viva session, kita buat video session ataupun video recording. Itu cara kita restructuring of the clinical practice subject. Okay. Next. Now UiTM is moving towards hybrid learning. Okay, tadi kita dah dengar saya cakap we actually had the blended learning, but now we are moving towards hybrid learning. Okay, so what is the difference between hybrid and blended learning? With blended learning, instructors and facilitators combine in one in-person instruction with online learning activities. Maknanya learnersnya complete some components online and also others in person. Maksudnya dia online pun buat, face to face pun buat, the same student. Tetapi kalau hybrid learning, it is an educational approach where some individual participate in person and some participate online. Instructors teach remote and in-person learners at the same time using technology like video conferencing. So maknanya ada yang join online, ada yang join secara face-to-face untuk hybrid learning. Dua group yang berbeza. So both types of learning involve a mix of in-person and online learning, but the who differs in the two scenarios. Hybrid learning, in-person learners and online learners are different individuals. Blended learning, the same individuals learn both in person and also online. Itu beza dia. So in UiTM, this is what we have. We have the basic didactic, we have flipping learning, we have empowering learners and also active and interactive learning. So ada 4 method. So lecturers can choose whichever one that they want to use or suitable ataupun comfortable with. Okay. If anyone that need more explanation on this, can PM me later on, ya, because kita kesuntukan masa sekarang ni. Right. So as a conclusion, this is my conclusion, ya. Kalau dulu at the beginning kita masa pandemik kita rasa susah sangat ODL ni. Kita punya perception pun banyak negatif. Kita tak tahu efektif ataupun tidak ODL ni. Tetapi after 1 and 2 semesters of ODL, nampak gaya ODL ni boleh diimplement walaupun dalam radiography education. Walaupun kepada kursus-kursus yang memerlukan hands-on, praktikal yang banyak. Ya, nampak keberkesanan ODL tu ada di situ. Ya, so itu yang saya nak concludekan dekat sini, ya. Furthermore, our radiography academic staff also dia dah mula IT savvy. Dia dah banyak dah menggunakan pelbagai cara untuk dia menjalankan kuliah dia. Okay, itu adalah hikmahnya. Hikmah di sebalik kita punya musibah ni. Right. Last but not least, this is a quote of inspirational for today from me. The best education is not given to students, but drawn out of them. So this is my quotes of the day to conclude my presentation for today. So thank you very much to all. That's the end of my keynote address. I would like to express my warmest gratitude to the Committee of IRAD 2021, the Medical Imaging Department, and the Faculty of Health Sciences of UNISA for inviting me today. Thank you from UiTM and from the bottom of my heart. With that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to Madam Anne. Very informative sharing, and I hope everyone enjoy it and get a lot of benefits from that sharing. So we shall continue our event today. Back to you, Miss Moderator.
Baik, pada sesi kali ini, saya sangat bersemangat karena dapat menghadirkan Ibu Darmini, Sarjana Sains Magister Kesehatan, sebagai pembicara kedua kita dengan materi Update on Technology in Radiography. Kepada Ibu Darmini, disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
The
wabarakatuh.
Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Health Science UNISA, the Honorable President of MSR, the Honorable Kapusdin SDM Kesehatan, and as well President of PARI, the Honorable Director of Poltekkes Semarang, the Chairman IPRI, Vice Director of Poltekkes Semarang, Ketua Jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi Poltekkes Semarang, Head of Medical Imaging School UNISA, Sekretaris Jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi Poltekkes Semarang, lecturers, academic staff, and clinical instructors, beloved students, all distinguished guests, and all webinar participants. It is an honor for me to be here, to be presenter in this event. In the next 20 minutes, I would like to present CR overview and quality control update. I would like to talk about computed radiography overview, radiography quality issue, COVID-19 pandemic, QC on computed radiography, and innovation on QC. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization in radiology becomes rapidly. Many hospitals, clinic, and radiology departments have used a digital radiography. We can categorize digital radiography into computerized radiography or CRN, direct digital radiography or DDR. This image shows you the difference of CR and DR in a simple way. We can see in the CR there is a imaging plate as a image receptor inside to the image reader processed by computer system to get image, and display monitor or archive or send to the device. In the DR, the image receptor is a detector that captures X-ray and convert it to electrical signal processed by computer system to get it the image and displayed on the monitor or archive or sent to other device. Computed radiography. Computed radiography or cassette-based PR is the digital acquisition modality that uses storage phosphor plate to produce projection image. CR can be used in standard radiographic room just like film or screen. The use of CR requires the CR cassette and phosphor plate, the CR readers. Unlike digital radiography, computed radiography allows improvement of radiographic process with all X-ray system. Imaging plate. Imaging plate is imaging receptor of the CR. It is protected by image cassette that has identical size and shape to the conventional radiography cassette. The CR cassette have barcode to label it with patient and information related to the examination. Basically, imaging plate is similar to intensifying screen. It converts X-ray photon into the light. It has layer. There are protective layer on the surface, phosphor layer, reflective layer, conductive layer, light shielding layer, and backing layer. The phosphor layer is the most important part of an imaging plate. It contains phosphor particles that will interact to the X-ray photon. The storage phosphor plates are very similar to our current intensifying screen. The biggest difference is that the stored phosphor can store a portion of the incident X-ray energy entrapped within the material of later read out in the image reader. As we can see in the image, the comparison of the conventional intensifying screen and imaging plate. The intensifying screen converts the X-ray photon to the light directly. In the imaging plate, the X-ray photon trapped or stored in the phosphor layer until being stimulated by laser inside the image reader. After the stimulation, the trapped electron would be released with the light emission. Image reading. When the cassette is put into the reader, the imaging plate is extracted and scanned with a helium laser beam or in more recent system solid-state laser diode. This beam scans the plate with red light in a raster atoms and give energy to the trapped electrons. This extra energy allows the trapped electron to escape from the active layer where they emit visible blue light as they relate into lower energy levels. This scan process produces line of light intensity information that are detected by a photomultiplier that amplifies the light and sends it to a digitizer. The release electron and the digitizer that divides the analog image into square or metric and assign its square in the metric a number based on the brightness of the square. This square is called a pixel or pixel element. The more pixel, the greater of image resolution. The image is digitized both by position or spatial location and by intensity or gray level. This pixel contains bit of information and the number of bits per pixel that define the set or of gray level of each pixel is known as bit depth. Ladies and gentlemen, and all of students. As we can see, to form a digital image, the ADC convert analog signal into digital signal. The image is digitized both by position by pixel in a metric or spatial location and by gray level intensity. The digital image is converted to the analog to be displayed, sent to printer of archive. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end of 2019, with a shock by COVID-19 pandemic, almost all segments and sector was affected. Healthcare service, especially radiology, become one of the front line in the fight against COVID-19. Radiology plays an important role since chest computed tomography or CT has proven to be a useful tool for evaluating the disease in the lung. It extends differential diagnosis and complication. Although in widespread use in screening is not recommended in a non-resource constrained environment. Chest radiography or tightness sensitive can be used for patient follow-up. The same applies to lung ultrasound, while emerged as an auxiliary tool for point of care follow-up of several cases of COVID-19 in critical care unit. Studies were performed to figure out all of information about COVID-19, include the diagnostic image information from the chest radiograph. Patient with COVID-19 can be indicated by the appearance of bilateral apathy and confluent band-like ground glass and consolidative opacity in peripheral mid to lower lung zone distribution. Studies also conducted to find out the effect of the pandemic to the quality issues of the radiology. One of them is relates to the image rejection. This diagram shows the number of reject images during the pandemic. The results show that artifact is the second greatest factor of rejection. The artifact can interfere the diagnostic feature for the image. Artifact on image can originate from hardware, software, object, hardware, X-ray system, grid, PSP reader, PSP detector, software latest algorithm, object position and motion, etc. Hardware artifact arise from the image plate, the image reader, the hard copy printer, or the processor. Most common IP defects that are temporary and are likely due to dust, dead, or phantom non-erased images. These artifacts can be easily corrected by screen cleaning and or plate erase. Permanent image artifact can be tracked to stretch or screen again. Replacement will likely be necessary. The purpose of a QC testing program is to maintain the quality of diagnostic image. This is done with routine monitoring of photography and X-ray equipment parameters and to detect deviation of equipment performed and take prompts corrective action. Based to EEAPM report number 93, the recommended acceptance test for CR is physical inspection inventory, pack interface, imaging flat, uniformity and dark noise, signal response linearity and slow, signal response exposure calibration and signal response exposure calibration and beam quality, laser beam function, height contrast, resolution, noise, distortion, irrestorableness, artifact analysis, hardware, software, positioning and collimation robustness, imaging plate, drop pod, imaging plate, drop pods. Image uniformity is one of the best. Imaging uniformity is one of the tests that relates to imaging plate. This test verifies appropriate response of the IPS to a high incident exposure to reveal variation in the X-ray response. Repeat with incrementally lower exposure until an approximate image is obtained. Is cassette or phosphor plate in the inventory is similar to the X-ray beam and uniformity export. A reproducibility, geometry, and plate orientation must be maintained. If significant Hill effect variation is present, to sequential half exposure with the cassette orientation rotate by 180 degrees are necessary. This test is applied to all IPS in the inventory. This image shows you the region of interest placement in the uniformity test. One on the center and one on corner. For soft copy evaluation of the image on a workstation, the average digital value of this row should be within 10% of the global average. Standard deviation should also be similar in each of the 5 regions of interest. This is testing and acceptance criteria for IP uniformity response. Exposure, processing, image processing, measurement, screen-to-screen, variation, qualitative criteria, quantitative criteria, voice, imaging, vendor, Agfa, Fuji, and Kodak. Ladies and gentlemen, there are innovation in QC tool and procedure. This is one of them. Calculation of the image uniformity performance using MATLAB. The MATLAB was programmed to load the image, view the image, define region of interest and its average pixel value, and to count the global average and ROIs. The other one is automation in the performance of collimator tests. Our student developed a software automatically count the deviation of the collimation. Using developed equipment, action camera to capture the image, combination intensifier screen and acrylic sheets, Android smartphone with program software, without image reader or film processing, using program software DevX connected to the action camera, perform calculation of collimation accuracy test, and display the result instantly. The software perform video grabbing, image transformation, and automatic analysis. As the conclusion, CR is a tool. As radiographer, we have to maintain it properly, use it skillfully to produce the optimum quality image. Terima kasih. Thank you for kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you to Ibu Darmini for the sharing session before. Now, because we have some times, I would like to invite back Madam and Erina to answer one question from our audience. So if I can wait, I will read the question here. Maybe you can more easy and effective to explain this question. The question is from Ibu Dwi Rosmayanti, and she asks, our difficulty here is how to convey material related to practical skill competencies. How is it done there? How to evaluate student skills in operating X-ray machine or activities related to radiographic techniques and quality assurance. Keeping student active is also very difficult due to limited remote monitoring. And what about the evaluation of skill abilities before the pandemic and after that? Are there any significant change? Back to you, Madam Anne.
All right, thank you for the questions, Ibu Dwi. Yeah? Okay, for the first questions regarding the how to convey material related to practical skills competency and how is it done there. Okay, the material related to practical skill, usually we upload it in our YouTube channel and also our UFuture platform, where the students have the access all the time. And the video that we make is actually my own staff make it in the lab, yeah. And in the video itself, they will explain on the in terms of the projections, in terms of the positioning, etc. So what they did is they uploaded all the videos into the YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, and also to the UFuture platform. And the next question is how to evaluate student skill in operating or activities related to radiographic technique and quality assurance. So what we did during the movement control order, when the students is not allowed to come back to the campus, what we're trying to do by changing the method of how to evaluate the students technique wise and the practical wise, we do the Viva session. Yeah, we give a scenario, problem-based learning or case scenario, and we ask the student via Viva, yeah, online, yeah, either through WhatsApp call, video call, and whatever platform that the facilitator or evaluator want to have with the students. Beside Viva session, other than that, we also ask the students to make video at home. They can ask their brothers, sisters, siblings, whoever, parents, aunties, uncles, grandmas, grandfathers to be the patients, and they make a video on the positioning and they explain on that. Okay, that's another way, right? And how to keep a student active, and also very difficult due to limited remote monitoring. Yeah, to keep students active is not easy. It's not easy. It's very hard for us to monitor actually for all students. Yeah, like us, every batch of students we have about 50 to 60 students, and it's very difficult for us to monitoring each one of them. So what we have is that all the students have the mentor. Maknanya ada staff akademik yang kita assign as their mentor, as their academic advisor. So if they have any problems, they will keep in contact with the advisor, or vice versa. The advisor or the mentor will make a regular meeting with the students just to make sure that they are okay, they are healthy, they are active all the time, yeah? They are not absent from the classes and everything. So that's another way, the mentor-mentee method. Yeah. Okay. Next, what about the evaluation of skill abilities before and pandemic and after the pandemic? Are there any significant changes? Of course there are. Of course there are. Yeah. I'm not saying that after the pandemic, the skill of the students are drastically down, but not as good as before the pandemic happened. Yeah, because as you guys know, less hands-on with the students. During the pandemic and after the pandemic, but before the pandemic, of course, we have all the lab session, kan? So of course, there is some differences in terms of the performance. We are not saying that the pandemic batch, the performance are very bad. No, they are doing quite good in their own way. Meaning that they perform in their own way, in their own assessment that we have developed, we have designed for them. Yeah, they achieve the outcomes. The most important thing is whatever assessment that you want to do or to perform to your students, you must assess and achieve the outcomes. If you achieve the outcomes, then that means you are success in evaluating your students. Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to Madam Anne for the answer before. Now back to hand over to you, Miss Arbativa. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry. So the next is question and answer for Madam Darmini. So for all attendants, if there are any question, please type your question in the chat box below. Baik, mungkin untuk Bapak Rashid. Atau untuk seluruh peserta dapat raise hand. Baik, silakan Bapak Rashid.
Masih mute, Pak.
Mohon maaf Bapak, bisa di-unmute terlebih dahulu. Selamat siang Bapak Rashid, silakan untuk pertanyaannya Bapak.
Oke, terima kasih atas waktunya. Ini berkenan dengan apa disampaikan oleh Bu Darmini. Bu, yang tolong inilah di presentasinya yang berkenan dengan jika pada QA-nya, jika ini suaranya jadi suaranya nih ya, agak terganggu.
Mohon maaf Bapak, untuk suaranya masih belum keras.
Kosong. Atau mungkin ke ini yang lain dulu. Ini suara saya agak ini. Sebenarnya agak trouble.
Ini sudah jelas Bapak.
It's clear, Mr. Rashid.
Bapaknya sudah kuat.
Oke. Ini di sayanya agak ini trouble. Ini suara.
Radiografi sebenarnya. Sebab ni macam apa jadi kat
Oke,
radiografi.
dilanjut ke yang lain aja dulu.
Pandemik. Contoh. Oh, apa jadi? Tak tahu, tak dengar.
Baik, mungkin pertanyaan dari Bapak Gatot Murtiwibowo. Selamat siang, Bapak.
Dari sananya. Dari sana unmute atau mute? Iya, nggak masuk ke sana kan?
Ya, cuma kan yang di Zoom tuh lebih
Selamat siang, Pak Gatot. Selamat siang, Bapak Gatot. Mungkin ada pertanyaan dari Bapak. Baik, mungkin sekali lagi untuk Bapak Rashid, apakah ada pertanyaan Bapak?
Yang perkenannya ditampilkan oleh Bu Darmini tadi. Cuman masalahnya tadi agak penerimaan saya agak kurang jelas. Coba Mbak Miss MC bisa menampilkan ulang nggak yang waktu ditampilkan tentang isi tadi? Atau gini aja dilanjut ke yang lain, mungkin saya karena memang agak sulit ya. Nanti lewat ini aja, lewat share chatting, oke?
I think we have question in the chat box. Maybe Miss Arbariba can read it.
Okay. To Mrs. Darmini, what is the name of the recommended software with a smartphone for automatic collimator the test tool? Disilakan untuk Ibu Darmini untuk menjawab.
Terima kasih Ibu Iit ya atas pertanyaannya, yaitu terkait dengan
suaranya hilang dan ini masih di mute.
Terima kasih Ibu Solihatul atas pertanyaannya. Pertanyaannya adalah rekomendasi software ya dengan menggunakan smartphone untuk automatic collimator test tool. Mungkin kami bisa share PPT kami. Di sini bisa dilihat bahwa untuk collimator test tool ini adalah hasil penelitian dari Bapak Gatot, di mana kalau kita lihat di sini terkait dengan automation in collimator test tool, ini bisa kita lihat bahwa ini adalah membuat software, di mana kalau kita lihat di sini ini adalah bahannya dibuat dari akrilik, kemudian di atasnya diberikan IS. Dan di atasnya lagi diberikan akrilik di mana sudah ada desain dari pattern ini. Terus kemudian dari hasil ini dilakukan, ini adalah kamera dan nanti akan dihubungkan melalui software, di mana software ini memang sudah didesain bagaimana kalau ini dilakukan expose nanti akan terlihat di smartphone ini. Begitu Bu Solihatul, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih atas jawabannya Ibu Darmini dan terima kasih kepada Ibu Solihatul atas pertanyaan yang diberikan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to give certificate to our speakers as memento and recognition to them. Once again, I would like to send my gratitude to both of our speakers today. Thank you very much for your time here. All right, then I would like to ask Multimedia Bureau to have a photography session. Our audience can turn on your face cam to have a picture with our speaker. Thank you. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. Again, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, nice. Freestyle. Smile. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much to everybody. Back to you, Miss Arbadipa.
Baik, selanjutnya kami persilakan kepada Bapak Jatmiko Dwiwantoro selaku General Manager Medical Division Fujifilm Indonesia. Dan nantinya akan dilanjutkan dengan penayangan video persembahan dari Fujifilm. Kepada Bapak Jatmiko, disilahkan. Mohon maaf Bapak, bisa di-unmute terlebih dahulu.
Halo, can you hear me, Ibu Habibah?
Sudah Bapak.
Ya, sudah mendengar suara saya? Oke, baik, terima kasih. Terima kasih, selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's a very great honor for us, Fujifilm, to participate and to support the event International Academic Forum today. Actually, this morning I learned many things actually from this event. I'm very exciting Indonesia and Malaysia actually sharing in the one forum. I think it's a very exciting moment actually when we are talking about the education. Yes, I'm from Fujifilm. I'm taking care for the medical sector in Fujifilm Indonesia. And we are very great to support the event, especially today, because I just realized that today is a very special day for radiology, for the radiology worker, because today is we celebrate that International Day of the Radiology. I think it's a very very great.
Mau cek tadi. Tadi suaranya.
Yeah. Okay, can I continue? Sorry, Pak Rashid. Okay. Actually, Fujifilm, we have a commitment from Fujifilm that, especially in the radiology business and also in the radiology area, actually we have a commitment to contribute to the society especially when we are talking about the innovation product. We already operate more than 40 years actually in Indonesia, and since 2015, actually Fujifilm now established as a legal entity in Indonesia, where now we are very close actually with the education center in the Southeast Asia. Not only, I mean, also in Indonesia. We have communication, and also we have collaboration with Poltekkes Jakarta, Poltekkes Semarang, and also Radiologist University actually in Surabaya. We have a commitment to support the education activity where we will not never stop actually to support this kind of activity. That this is will be give very positive actually positive sharing among of the radiographer. And of course, Fujifilm not only the contribute for the innovation product, but also we have a commitment to provide the new workflow in the radiology area. And we are expecting actually more and more the center education we can working close, and then we also can sharing many things in the education society. Again, thank you very much and have a great event, and happy International Day of Radiology to all of you. Thank you very much.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Jatmiko atas sambutannya.
Okay, for the next slot, organizing committee will serve you with an academic forum entitled Radiography Education and Technology during Pandemic COVID-19. For that purpose, I would like to invite Dr. Hayati Binti Jasmine, Program Director of International Academic Forum, as our moderator. This is your floor, Dr. Hayati.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Mr. Hafikro. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Her Excellency Professor Dr. Sakina, Dean Faculty of Health Sciences, UNIZA. Dr. Marsum, Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia. TS Mr. Sawal Marsaid, President of MSR Malaysia. Dr. Sugianto, President of PARI, Indonesia. Dr. Kamarul, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences, UNIZA. Dr. Fairuz, Head of School of Medical Imaging. Madam Fatima, Head of TRR Kemenkes, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia. Madam N and Madam Darmini, our honorable keynote speakers, with their very interesting talk this morning. My fellow committees of International Academic Forum and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. For the next 1.5 hours, we will have our academic forum with the theme Radiography Education and Technology during Pandemic COVID-19. I feel very honored. I feel very blessed, and I'm very happy. Today with us, we have a representative from Indonesia and from Malaysia, from both lecturers and also from the students, to come together and exchange our knowledge, exchange our experience, what we have been through throughout this pandemic COVID-19. Allow me to welcome our first panel, Dr. Nurul Shazwina Muhammad, a Senior Lecturer, School of Medical Imaging, Faculty of Health Sciences, UNIZA. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Shazwina.
Salam.
How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Our second panel, Madam Fatima, Head of TRR Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Salam sejahtera, Ibu.
Salam sejahtera.
And representative from students, Miss Maria Ulfah binti Nur Hisham, representative from UNIZA School of Medical Imaging. Apa khabar?
Baik, Alhamdulillah.
And our fourth panel, representative of student from Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Miss Aura Alifia. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Before we move on, allow me to speak in English and also in Malay or sometimes maybe Indonesian. I will try my best. Okay, for this forum session, we're going to have a 2 round of discussions regarding our theme today, that is radiography, education and technology during pandemic COVID-19. So the first round will be centered around the discussion around the topic virtual learning and teaching in radiography during pandemic COVID-19. I would like to ask our first panel, Dr. Shazina, how do you adapt to the new norm of teaching and methodologies, especially when it comes to the lecture, tutorial, and practical session? Would you mind sharing your experience or your knowledge throughout the past 2 years of pandemic COVID-19?
Sure. Thank you, my fellow friend, Dr. Hayati, as a moderator. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to Dean, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences, UNISA, Head of Association Radiography Education Institution Indonesia, Head School of Medical Imaging UNISA, Head of Radio Diagnostic and Radiography Technique Poltekkes, distinguished guests, fellow friends, and all participants from UNISA and Poltekkes. Okay, so regarding to the question, due to the pandemic COVID-19, our teaching and learning cannot be performed as normal. So usually we do face-to-face and hands-on practical session. So as been explained thoroughly by Madam Anne, our field actually badly affected in terms of teaching and learning. So due to its involve various teaching methods such as technique, skill, hands-on, and also clinical training. So when it's not possible to have a face-to-face learning and hands-on session, it's a new challenge for us as a teacher and also for the student to adapt to the new norm, and means that we need to change the method and learn all possible technologies that can assist us in teaching and learning. So since the outbreak, actually UNISA has taken precaution to curb the spread of the COVID-19. So in the early stage of outbreak, the entire teaching and learning process conducted online, and all students were in their respective home. And for synchronized for us in UNISA, we use WebEx platform. So we, as a lecturer, been provided with the official WebEx account in order to conduct the online lectures. So we also have a online learning platform known as Clip. So this one is a knowledge and e-learning integrated platform in UNISA. So we commonly use this one for a synchronization where lecturers can conduct various teaching activities such as forum, sharing opinions, sharing mind map, quizzes, sharing notes for students, and also sharing online website or video. So usually for me, I mostly use WebEx for synchronize. Okay. So for other things like after the lectures, usually I use quizzes. So right after the lecture, I will do a quiz. So the student will answer the quiz and I will observe the understanding of the student. And throughout the lecture also, I usually ask the student whether they understand or not and whether I need a repetition or not. So I think it's all about the challenge for the teaching and learning during pandemic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shazina. Saya kira semua academic professions are facing the same issue, and especially regarding the practical sessions, it's affected all academicians in radiography field. Thank you very much for the very interesting input. So now we have like some insight into how the challenges and the methodologies that is conducted within the UNISA. All right, Madam Fatima, what are your thoughts on the effects of working from home to the radiography educations during this pandemic COVID-19? I mean, what are the advantages and the disadvantages? Maybe boleh dikongsikan?
Okay, thank you for your question. Terima kasih Kak Yati, ya. Terima kasih Prof. Sakina, Pak Kamarul, tim Yunisa. Selamat pagi, good morning everybody. Saya akan coba menjawab ya pertanyaan dari Kak Yati, ya. Work from home learning method is enforcing the student and the lecturer to adapt more to the last learning technology. The theory learning is not greatly affected because the use of LMS, online class, healthy and TRR smart can be accommodated easily through Zoom and Google Class. However, the real challenge is the practical learning. These are methods that can be done, such as producing simulation video between the radiographer and patient, maybe made agreement with vendor for collaboration in device simulation video, and then using practical video as assignment of the student, and then arranging the clinical practice schedule, and then volunteer activities recognized by campus as studi credit, so it will serve as worthy practice experience for the student. In JTRR, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, we have LMS called Healthy. Healthy, it's mean health education based on learning and training and intensive. Before pandemic, the utility of this system is not optimum. After the student gets study from home, this platform is become familiar and useful. We can do asynchronous study, quiz, discussion, and assessment with Healthy. In the beginning of online study, students and lecturers absolutely had obstacles and difficulties. Campus have been facilitating internet quota for students, but some students had problems in like or signal or bad device. Mungkin saya akan share screen, izin share screen apa yang sudah terjadi selama pandemi COVID-19 yang terjadi di kampus kami. Selama ada work from home, ya kita menggunakan LMS Healthy yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Healthy and is it's been health education based on learning and training intensive. Di sini mahasiswa atau lecturer, student or lecturer bisa menggunakan device PC or mobile smartphone. Lecturer bisa melaksanakan online tutorial lewat Google Class, Zoom Meeting, or Google Meet. Kemudian juga online tutorial lecturers ini dengan menayangkan video-video praktikal, video-video praktikum, video-video pembelajaran yang atraktif begitu. Kemudian segenap lecturer menggunakan membuat ya producing simulation video dan terpacu untuk membuat lebih banyak video simulation teknik atau prosedur radiografi. Karena mungkin di internet menyediakan berbagai macam video, tapi mahasiswa akan lebih fokus kalau the best actress atau the best actor-nya adalah dosennya, gitu ya. Jadi selain itu, video-video yang ada di internet mungkin tidak sesuai dengan situation yang ada di pelayanan kesehatan yang ada di Indonesia. Sehingga dosen lebih yakin kalau membuat atau memproduce simulating video sendiri. Gitu. Kemudian video-video itu akan di-online-kan praktikal di lecturers, di pertemuan-pertemuan dengan mahasiswa. Kemudian juga pernah melakukan offline practical lecturers, ya. Ya, namun demikian harus diperhatikan dengan kelompok-kelompok kecil di laboratorium dan juga protokol kesehatan yang ketat. Ada cek temperatur, penggunaan masker, kemudian menggunakan hand sanitizer, gaun yang bersih dan juga desinfektan ruangan, kemudian juga penggunaan handskun. Mahasiswa dalam ruangan dibatasi maksimal 5%, ya, dan harus ada physical distancing. Kemudian juga ada program student volunteers in emergency hospital for COVID-19. Nah, ini mahasiswa yang dikirim adalah mahasiswa tingkat akhir, ya. Di sana ketika melakukan program student volunteers itu selama 2 bulan atau 3 bulan bisa diakui sebagai SKS pengganti praktek klinik. Nah, ini beberapa kegiatan student volunteers in emergency hospital for COVID-19. Dalam masa pandemik dengan work from home baik student maupun lecturer, kami sudah bisa menghasilkan guideline book, ya, panduan teknis pembelajaran dalam jaringan era pandemi COVID-19. Kemudian juga berhasil collaboration dengan Kementerian Kesehatan, meluncurkan bahan ajar dan modul praktikum. Kemudian untuk bisa memahamkan student dengan berbagai macam materi online training, membuat MOU atau made agreement with vendor for collaboration in device simulation video. Mahasiswa bisa memilih materi online training melalui PEP, Personalized Education Plan. Terus melakukan evaluasi setelah mempelajari materi klinik. Dan setelah selesai, finish, ya, bisa mencetak e-sertifikat. Selain sesi akademik, ya, JTRR Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang juga telah membuat suatu inovasi layanan akademik, ya. Nickname is Tersmart. Di sini di Tersmart ini bisa digunakan layanan akademik untuk mahasiswa, pemenuhan formulir-formulir kemahasiswaan yang diperlukan, sehingga mahasiswa tidak perlu datang ke kampus, ya, tapi cukup mendownload formulir-formulir perizinan, cuti, kemudian izin aktif kembali dan seterusnya. Ya, kemudian tinggal diupload, ya, sehingga tidak perlu mahasiswa harus back to kampus. Ya, selama pandemi COVID-19 juga mahasiswa aktif melakukan program di organisasi mahasiswa. Beberapa kompetisi mahasiswa sudah dilakukan. Di sini ada Mas Mbak Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, juga ada solo vokal, kemudian research di bidang ilmiah, ya, ada short movie, dan untuk mahasiswa yang paling digemari ini adalah e-sport ya, e-sport via daring ya, dengan Mobile Legend dan seterusnya. Jadi kompetisi yang dilakukan di program organisasi mahasiswa ternyata tidak ada halangan, tidak ada hambatan. Gitu ya. Salam X-ray kami. Stop share dulu. Oke. During COVID-19 pandemic, our main priorities is set to the safety and well-being of the academic community, including the lecturer, faculty members, and the student. And then how to avoid quality decrease of the graduates during the pandemic. Several methods are applied by the academics, such as limiting the offline course into half the student capacity than before the pandemic, and then limiting to course duration until maybe 12 p.m. only. Kemudian maintenance the health protocol with using mask, hand sanitizer, and avoid grouping, the closing of canteen, check body temperature and antigen examination regularly when entering campus environment. All academic community, including lecturer, instructor, and student, have had both close of COVID-19 vaccine. Advantages of online lecturer, number one, maybe faculty member and students are relatively safe from pandemic outbreak. And number two, flexible learning system from student and lecturers. And number three, time effective. Ya, karena mungkin dengan pembelajaran daring, waktu sangat bisa dikendalikan antara jeda mata kuliah dengan mata kuliah yang satu bisa sangat diminimalisir. Dibanding dengan luring, ya kadang-kadang harus ada jeda waktu menunggu pergantian lecturer come in classroom and student yang belum hadir dan seterusnya. And the disadvantages of online lecturer, number one, transferring knowledge, it's not optimally received. And number two, trouble accessing on internet for a student from remote area. Khusus ya, remote area ini mungkin sering hilang muncul koneksitas internet. And then for lab and clinical practice need more effort. Ya, jadi butuh effort yang luar biasa untuk pembelajaran di laboratorium maupun clinical practice. Namun sekarang ini, saat ini, karena Indonesia ini sudah ada di level 1, ya, mahasiswa sudah bisa clinical practice di berbagai hospital di Indonesia kembali. Thank you.
Terima kasih Ibu. Banyak sekali dia punya inovasi sepanjang pandemik COVID-19. So yang paling saya suka tu bila kita hantar student sebagai volunteer for the pandemic. It is very good exposure for the student, I believe. So macam dengan all the system, terhasilnya banyak buku-buku. Adakah itu semua sepanjang 2 tahun, Ibu? Ya. Sangat pantas. Terima kasih banyak atas perkongsiannya. Mungkin bisa kita share juga daripada Dr. Chazwina. Sebagai perkongsian bersama all audience for today, we have the system. Maybe how is it the system in UNISA?
Actually, for UNISA, as I said before, we use a CLIP. It's known as Knowledge and E-Learning Integrated Platform. So maybe I can share the screen.
Kiranya, I believe during this pandemic, while waiting for Dr. Shaswina to share, I think we really improve in our IT technology. I mean, in our skill in managing the technology. I think both, not only for the academic, for the lecturer, but also for the students. So I can't wait to hear from the student perspective how is it like for learning and teaching during the pandemic. Okay, we are ready.
Boleh nampak kan?
Yes, boleh.
This one is an example of one for the course of conventional image process. So usually we use this one as a platform to sharing notes, WebEx recording. So usually we share the course and we will upload the lesson plan inside the this platform, and then we can share the recording, lecture notes inside here, and then we can have a discussion like forum, okay, inside this one. So this one is written previously, so we can provide also assignment, and student can submit the assignment here. Okay, and usually we use this platform for the test and also for the final exam. Okay, because it's quite stable and been suggested by UNISA to use this platform.
How do you feel like my last question before we move on? I just feel very curious here. Like I just started working the past few months, so I haven't started teaching for quite some time. But I would love to know if you mind sharing like how do you feel like the online, the virtual learning? Do you prefer virtual or do you prefer face to face? Maybe just a very brief input experience.
I think personally, I prefer face-to-face. It's easy to pinpoint which student is sleepy, student is interested and eager to know more, focus or know more about what you have to teach them. So maybe there's advantage and disadvantage. So for advantage means that maybe for during this pandemic, we can like learn new thing, because we know that the student nowadays is more closer to the technology, so we can approach them with the technology and attract the interest to learn with the technology. So like game, you can do Kahoot, like Padlet, Word Club. So maybe they lebih berminat kan, contoh main game apa semua kan. So when we learn using that way, so maybe we can attract the interest now.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Shazwina and Madam Fatima. Yeah, now we heard quite a lot of new invention, new approaches from the academic, from the teaching perspective. Now I would love to hear from our beloved students how actually they are feeling throughout this pandemic, because it's been 2 years and it's going to be extended, like maybe a hybrid, but we still have to deal with this virtual learning and teaching. So before we move on, it will be a very good input if we have both sides, from the academics and also from the students. So Miss Maria Ulfa, how do you adapt with this virtual learning environment? Especially since everything is online, we have few challenges, internet connection and so on, including the teaching materials and the quizzes. All discussion have been conducted in virtual environment. So in your opinion, how do you feel in this new situation that you are in? Is it effective, or mind sharing your thoughts?
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moderator, Dr. Nur Hayati. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. My name is Maria and I'm representative of students from UNISA. Regarding to the questions, The whole world knows this pandemic COVID-19 caused a shutdown of education system, and thus creating a largest impact, especially on the student, which is approximately 94% of total students around the world. And of course, I was one of those affected students. And then by hook or by crook, all those students, including myself, have to face the lessons by online, or we call it as a virtual learning. It doesn't matter whether you are at the level of kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and of course at the university level, in order to deal with this epidemic. Indirectly, this thing will be as a big challenge for us. Because we have to get used to this new norm in a continuing our needs to gain the knowledge. For example, as we can see, when the young kindergarten students have to get used to learning online, which is, to me, it is not easy for them to use a virtual learning platform such as Webex, Google Meet, Zoom, and so on. They are still small and young, and plus their focus level is not high like us adult students in dealing with this classroom virtually in front of the computer or laptop. And other thing is this new norm also actually give a big challenge to our parents, to the parents and families who have the younger students, since the parents always need being available to help manage the online instruction with them. Even the parents also need to work from the home for the parents who have not lost their job during the pandemic. And this is also give a big challenge for those who are information technology blind or IT blind, and for those who cannot afford the internet data or Wi-Fi, and also for those who cannot afford to buy appropriate gadgets. But however, that is the reality of world now, and that is the reality COVID-19. We have to face and we have to accept for survival. And then if you ask my opinion, should the students adopt to the virtual learning? I would say yes. And I am that thing too right now, because as I said before, we have to face, and this is the best way with the current situation of the world now in gaining the knowledge continuously. And as we know, the world now is highly values anyone who has education. That is what survival is all about. And as you ask how I adopt to virtual learning, since everything is online, I can say that at first it was very hard. It was very hard for me to adopt. There's one time I decided to quit my degree because I was too stressed with the online study. But Alhamdulillah, with the spirit, with the dua and encouragement that everything is going well. So beside the spirit, dua and encouragement, how can I get to stay in a good level of adoption towards the virtual learning? Is first, I stay organized. Okay, actually, online learning gives us more flexibility, but sometimes it can make us more difficult to dedicate the time for study. So what I do is I will identify my learning objective and goals. I keep in my mind what I need or I hope to accomplish by the end of the semester, which actually can help me and you guys to stay on my study track. And next, I'm also will build a study plan. Normally, the lecturer is in UNISA will give the teaching plan at the first class, and I will likely to follow and complete my course. And I'm also using the online tools such as Trello, Google Calendar to organize and keep my task track. And furthermore, and since the online study are flexible, I will also put in some time to study, just as you take a time and relax. And the second thing is what the thing I do to adopt the virtual learning is I'm always connect with others. This is very important. This is very important because online studies sometimes can make us feel so lonely. We may no longer have access to face, and we cannot to meet together, to meet other people, to meet other students. So by staying connected,
I can feel that. I can feel that during my study time.
Yes. So by staying connected with others is actually can keep myself and yourself to be more motivated. It doesn't matter you want to stay connected with your classmates, lecturers, or the other students from other institution or university. And I'm always asking for help from other student if I don't understand or need a support if I lost from my study track. And lastly, I'm always stay positive, still calm. We need to be positive. This is because in this time, in this COVID-19 pandemic, actually we can be easy to feel stressed by all the negative information in the news. And it's very important to look after ourselves. So the thing what I can do is I will take my study breaks. I will exercise and reward myself after I finish my assignment, quiz, or task. So that is the three things that I do to adopt with virtual learning, which is first, stay organized. Second, always connect with others. And the third one is stay positive and calm. So in my opinion, as a student, I could say that the effectiveness of the virtual learning is depend on us. It could be effective if our study management and acceptance toward the online learning is good. And sometimes it could be not effective when you are not trying at all to find the way to improve your focus, and you are not trying to find the right study technique for you. Because for me, the teaching materials and study contents are mostly still same, either you are online or offline. So please be more know and understand yourself. I think that's all from me. I pass back to our moderator, Dr. Nurhayati. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Maria Ulfa. So he mentioned 3, but I pick up 5 tips. So he mentioned organize, connect, and also stay positive. But I will say he also mentioned about accepting the reality. That's also one of the most important tips. And also exercise. People always mislook about exercise, and I really love that you put that in your life, because exercise for me myself, I need to do it a few times a week. That is part of my mental therapy. So that's very nice, and I hope it's very useful for all students and also for us to also pick up all the tips that you shared with us today. All right, I can see that panel 4 is getting ready there. So I would like to know from you, how do you feel about learning at home versus campus face-to-face life? Is there any areas or skills that you pick up that you haven't developed before during campus-only style? So would you mind share your thoughts on that?
Okay, talking about learning from home versus on campus, I will share what kind of experience is going through it all. Of course, everything has two sides, the negative side and the positive side, and it all depends on how someone treats it. It's like a double-edged spear. If we cannot handle it well, it will harm us. But if we can handle it well, it will save us from harm. When the COVID-19 pandemic entered Indonesia and was announced by the government to all Indonesian people around the beginning of March 2020, it's affected to and changed many things from the habits in our life. And it has an impact in all aspects of both physical, mental, educational, economic, social, and others. I entered the world of colleges in 2020 where the COVID pandemic was increased, and starting from the first time I entered the world of colleges, I was learning from home, and it was full of online activities. Until now, I'm in my third semester and haven't experienced what life is like being a student on campus. In 2020, which was the first year of online learning, it was quite fun at first time because it felt more flexible, that it could be done anywhere and the time could also be adjusted. But over time, there are times when I feel bored with online learning because I must to adapt a lot to new situation, and yeah, it can be said that experience culture shock when you first enter colleges and because of the pandemic as well. Moreover, we are from Poltekkes, Ministry of Health Semarang, which is a vocational-based education, which is basically is a learning system of 70% practice and 30% theory. However, because everything is online based, we are not very familiar with the practice because we have never experienced dealing directly with patients. The practice of using actual the tool is quite difficult to adapt to it. Especially at the beginning of the first semester, the radiology department, which is still very new in our opinion, turns out to be quite challenging and requires a greater effort to understand. So far, we have been running online lectures to the Zoom meeting and healthy application. The Zoom meeting is for synchronous learning where the lecturers can explain directly, play the video tutorials, and can interact as if they were face-to-face. Meanwhile, Healthy is a website specially made for health polytechnic as asynchronous learning. In the Healthy, we can access the material, college assignment, and there is a discussion forum as well. It's fun to learn new things, but yeah, sometimes we feel bored come to school. I still remember when I first entered college, I thought that it was quite difficult, especially at the time. Listen that should be learning through direct practice in the laboratory. For example, radiography technique lesson were conducted online. At the first, I thought that if we wanted to do an X-ray examination, we would only instruct the patient to supine or erect and then take a photo of the affected part. And it turns out that is not that simple. There are many things that must be prepared and ensure correctly before taking the pictures. And I think in the first semester, it was the hard adaptation until now. Entering the third semester, yeah, step by step, it is enough to understand, oh, it turned out this is how to do it. Here's how to learn it. And when I get bored, I already know what to do. As I said in the beginning, there are always two sides, a positive side and a negative side in everything. For online learning at home, we have positive side, namely the first, more flexible place, and the second, adding other activity, and the third, save on the transportation or housing costs, and the fourth, student can review the material because the material is usually in the form of a module that can be downloaded and can record Zoom during lesson. And the fifth, train students to be more responsible, creative, and independent, so can make a more confident personality. And disadvantages of online learning, the first is very depend on the internet. If the network is low or the signal is difficult, the learning process will be left behind, especially if you have entered the semester exam. Oh my God. And the second, it really depends on student discipline. If they lack discipline, they will be left behind in learning. The third, lack of social interaction. And the fourth, there are some courses that are so difficult to understand if they talk online. And the last is easily bored. When we compare to campus situation, honestly, I have never experienced it, but I think it makes us more excited because we can learn, we can see and practice directly because we are dealing directly with the lectures, with the friends, and of course, there will be a different atmosphere. If we have doubt about something, we can ask directly and get answer that are, I think, easier for us to understand and also make our social interaction more frequent. But behind what has happened, we also benefit from it. Many skills can actually be learned and developed by students when all access is done online. For example, we are more familiar with information technology. Globalization that continues to run and undergo a revolution also bring us to better follow technological development so that we are always updated with the latest science, especially those of us who have decided to major in health, which means we must always be ready to continue learning and updating knowledge at any time because there will always be new changes. This is also related to the development of radiology, which is increasingly towards telemedicine or teleradiology. I mean that telemedicine is the application of various technology for the transfer of clinical information. The introduction of the interest has allowed telemedicine to expand its reach in every medical specialist. Its use in radiological is called teleradiology. Teleradiology is the ability to acquire medical images at one location and transfer them over long distances so that they can be viewed and interpreted for diagnostic or consultative purpose by radiologists. And the second science, which is very important, is also the science of public speaking. Communication is necessary so that delivery of the information to patient can be understood clearly and can educate patient even better. And there are many other things that we can learn today. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aura. It's a very insightful perspective from over the sea. So it's very, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and all your experience. I guess I can pick up some similarities between the students. It's good to know that we are not alone in facing this pandemic, right? It's good to know that someone is putting in an effort to survive, or I don't like to use survive, to accept things and to move forward. Because both of you said that it all depends on ourselves, depends on where we want to focus in, the positive side or the negative side. And I think the panels today have already listed out everything, all the positive and all the negative sides. So I will invite all of us to focus more on the positive sides. And I wish you all the best and welcome to the campus life. All right, I think that sums up our first round for our academic forum today. I feel we all try in digesting all the information. So with that, let's have some refreshments with the video presentations from our multimedia.
Limited space, limited resources, limited workforce. We are continually working to overcome barriers and bring healthcare access to everyone. Fujifilm is striving to deliver comprehensive care to every corner of the world. Anywhere, anytime, working together towards a world of quality medical care for all. For safety and bringing peace of mind, a brighter future with improved healthcare and living for all. Only through challenge do we make the impossible possible. Redefining the frontiers.
Thank you very much for the video presentation. I really love that one quote. Only through challenge that we can make the impossible become possible. So I think that can that somehow lead us to our second round, which is about technology advancement in radiography. So we are facing the pandemic COVID-19, but we can't stop and we can't move backward. We have to move forward. And we know that in our field, medical imaging, we are continuously evolving. So let us see how this pandemic, is it affecting our advancement, or how do we tackle this pandemic COVID-19, but also evolving, advancing our technology in medical imaging field. Dr. Shazwina, hi again. We now live in multimodality imaging. We have CT scan, MRI, ultrasound is all evolving simultaneously. And also at the same time, we learn across multiple disciplines. We are now collaborating with engineering, with biomedical fields, and so many other disciplines. Could you tell us more about that, and which areas do you enjoy the most?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Moderator. So actually due to advancement of technologies and Internet of Things nowadays, so I think that involvement of medical and health sciences field are related across multiple disciplines. So several multiple disciplines actually that interest me and commonly associated with the medical imaging, AI, artificial intelligence, biomedical engineering, and nanotechnology. For the biomedical engineering is linked to general shift towards everyday utilization of machinery and technology in all aspects of our life. So actually this disciplines, the combination of engineering principle with the biological knowledge to address the medical needs. So the example for this one is like artificial organ, advanced prosthetic, 3D printing. So actually this disciplines is the one that interests me more because previously I've been working in the fabrication of radiation detector using nickel carbide. So during the fabrication, we characterize the detector in terms of electrical characteristic in order to optimize the efficiency and the radiation hardness of the detector. Okay, so other than biomedical engineering, I think that the one that closely related to our field is the AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, this one I haven't experienced or developed in me using AI. So the AI is the simulation of human intelligent process by machine, especially computer system. Okay, this one is more to like software, anything like that.
I believe it's very famous nowadays. AI, everyone is going with AI.
But I never use any AI. Okay, so this one is quite beneficial to us. I think it's provide methodologies in the field of medical imaging by developing algorithm. Okay, using algorithm, and it's quite beneficial in this field, especially in the early diagnosis and treatment of the diseases. Yeah, so using computer system software like that. Okay, and the third one is the nanotechnology. It's quite interesting as well. Okay, so this one is the manipulation of matter on a near atomic scale to produce new structure, material, and devices. So this discipline actually been used widely in bioimaging, biosensing, chemotherapy, and 3D printing. Okay. So other than that, you explain about multimodality. So this one is quite interesting nowadays, being used commonly in medical imaging field. So it's integration and co-registration of the functional physiology and anatomy. So it's most common hybrid imaging we use as SPECT CT, MRI PET, ultrasound CT, MRI CT. So this one is able to increase the diagnostic accuracy, further step forward to individualized medicine, precise monitoring of interventional procedures, and able to reduce radiation exposure. So I think that personally, I think one way to further evolve in the medical imaging field and to serve the community more is through collaboration and integration of our field with other disciplines. So we cannot stand alone, we need to collaborate with others, and it will diverse more into the new direction, not only our field, but other field as well.
Right. Thank you very much, Doctor. I really love that. I think you highlighted the most three important multiple disciplines that is associated with our field. So that is AI. I think everyone is knowing, but me myself I haven't tried it. I tried the machine learning, but not up to the AI. And the second one, I think people rarely thought about this, that nanotechnology. It's good that you mentioned it. You mentioned that, so it's kind of an eye-opening that even though we are medical imaging, we are radiography, also always associated with clinical practice, but don't restrict ourselves. We should like also look at all these different disciplines and try to think, how do we link with these all multiple disciplines? Right. With that, I would also love to know that is pandemic will restrict us in this? So I will go to Madam Fatima. How do you think pandemic COVID-19 will affect the advancement in technology in radiography?
Okay, thank you for your question, Ms. Yati. Thank you. COVID-19 pandemic already had great impact in every single life as aspect, include society, education, economy, culture, also the radiology technology. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to major change in the clinical operation of the radiology department. In COVID-19, medical imaging plays an essential role in the diagnosis, management, and disease progression surveillance. Chest radiography and CT scan are commonly used imaging techniques globally during this pandemic. With chest radiography preferred in many countries to screen and monitor the progression of COVID-19. Mobile units were in high demand. By using mobile digital radiography, DR unit, instead of conventional radiography, CR unit, mobile DR solution were a key element in turning the tide in COVID-19 management. Mobile DR unit had the advantages of delivering high quality DR image in real time and had the feature of wireless data transmission, which enable early reporting and access by clinician. Artificial intelligence (AI) in CT scan was empowering automate patient positioning and scanning from the control console room. Such an approach reduces cross-infection between the radiographers and patient. COVID-19 has become a catalyst for change in the development of telemedicine and AI in medical imaging services. Through telemedicine, critical medical care can be provided to patients while reducing transmission of COVID-19 and preserving scarce resources amid the pandemic. AI is developed new tools for physicians in the early detection and optimization of treatment for COVID-19 patients. The integration of AI with medical imaging has the capability of advancing predictive medicine, preventive medicine, and personalized medicine. In radiology, there are some challenges and some positive and negative impact. Positive impact is motivate to fully utilize the internet media with several radiology imaging modality, so that it will familiarize the teleradiology implementation in radiology service. Number two, improve motivation for all academic community to develop and implement Internet of Thinking, IoT, and enhance the long distance accessibility with support social distancing in COVID-19 pandemic. And then sharpening skills and developing virtual learning and communication models with various application and special learning platform. And then optimizing all online and global data access to increase collaboration between multiple institutions and personnel at the international level. This is right now collaboration CTRR and Poltekkes Kemenkes and UNISA. And then enhance of health workers motivation to implement IoT, including the development of several platforms as well as artificial intelligence, and then deep learning, and so on. The development of several learning methods by utilizing a virtual meeting platform and synchronous or asynchronous learning method. Negative impact risk of transmission between healthcare workers, considering that the chest radiography procedure is the standard protocol for the diagnosis of COVID-19. And then limited access of radiology for radiography practitioner. So it will have effect on the radiography student competency achievement. Limited way of teaching radiography practicum skill because of the limited access to offline learning. By the way, in COVID-19 pandemic, to reduce the risk of infection with COVID-19, government worldwide have ordered the closure of business, educational institution, factories, office. These emergency measures have globally enhanced remote working and online teaching. Thus, the practice of social distancing increase the time the people stay connected to the internet. Also, many people had to learn to deal with the new virtual environment, packages, platform, poor psychological detachment from work or school, and non-standard work or classroom schedules may worsen the mental health of workers or students. Therefore, an adverse side effect of COVID-19 may be foster internet and smartphone addiction. Increase of number of people with emotional exhaustion, psychological distress, and other mental problem. Enough?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Yati.
Thank you very much, Madam Fatima. I think you highlight a very key points and all the good things of pandemic. I would like to just quickly point out, like, one of the advantages despite this pandemic that we should focusing on is it's becoming the catalyst for the advancements of the technology, and also it pushes us to the limit, push off the limits that should not restrict it for developing the technology, but it should make us try something more new and innovative, something that is far beyond what we could imagine, I believe, right there. And the third one is the most important thing that we are having right now is bridge the collaboration between institutions across the sea, that it allows us opportunity like worldwide to connect with everyone throughout the universe, to the world. So that will catalyze the advancements of medical imaging. So not to forget all the disadvantages, all the challenges that we're having during our pandemic COVID-19. But I think all the points that Madam Fatima have highlighted, for example, the mental exhaustion, the social, and the addict to our smartphones. I think that is all the issues that we could sit down together and come out with some solutions for it, inshallah. All right, let's move on to our third panel, Ms. Maria. Yeah, we have been talking a lot about multimodality imaging, multidiscipline imaging. How do you prepare yourself for this rapidly evolving technology in field of technology? And I also would like to know. Sorry, should I repeat the questions? All right. Okay, we have been talking about a lot of all the advancement in technology, right? Like we work across multimodality imaging, we work across multidisciplines. So as a student in medical imaging, how do you prepare yourself in this rapidly evolving technology? And I would also love to know which of these areas that you love the most.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I try my best to answer these questions. Okay, thank you again, Ms. Moderator, Dr. Nurhayati Jasmine. All right, technology advancement in the field of radiography nowadays have led to the change in radiology industry over the last few years, which is actually had give a major advantage to radiologists, radiographer, and patients. These advancements of our solution allow the radiographer and radiologist to deliver a higher quality service faster than ever before, while also helping them to reduce and prevent their workplace burnout within the industry, which is referred to the healthcare center. However, the rapidly evolving technology or the new technology in radiography sometimes also can be a source of frustration or stress, especially when it is not working properly, such as a poor power supply, error system, or software application is not being unavailable. And other than that, the worker also sometimes are not well understood in keeping follow the development of new technology applicants in radiography. This happened because training in learning a new device, application or machine, and learning how to use them very well nowadays is less often when they are working in healthcare sector. So as an imaging professional who are working with a high technology driven professions, for me it's very important for us, for them to do a good preparation in order to help improve acceptance and adoption of rapidly evolving new technology in radiography. So by doing that thing, actually stress can reduce and the quality of care also will be increased. So as a student, what I can prepare in order to face this rapidly evolving technology in radiography is first, I need to ensure that I will begin my career as a radiographer by preparing myself with a high quality education. This pathway actually will contribute on ensuring myself will achieve the right skill set to be educationally prepared and clinically competent in the medical imaging profession. Second, since the medical imaging is a career encompassing technology that always continues to change and evolve, for me it is very important as imaging professional to be prepared to be a lifelong learner throughout their career in learning new technologies to come. And then next, as a student, I have to cultivate a sense of always being ready to learn a new thing. This is because for me, this profession is one of the careers that will always be faced with the advancement of machine technology, which is evolving day by day. And in fact, in order to prepare for the rapidly evolving technology in this field, I need to read a lot and do a lot of research, since it has been as my responsibility, especially as a student, to always know from time to time what actually are the latest technology is used in analyzing disease. So going back to the question again, the Miss Moderator asks, which area I enjoy the most and why, since we now live in a multimodality imaging. So based on my knowledge and what I understand based on the question, I know the area in radiology department may be divided into different areas, which is first diagnostic radiology and interventional radiology. So in my opinion, I would choose diagnostic radiology. I choose this because this area is working mostly with the CT scan machines, ultrasound machines, mammography machine, and fluoroscopy machine, and including MRI. And
I'm with you.
Yeah. Oh. And diagnostic radiology, actually, I choose this because I love to focus on to help the patient, or this type of radiology, diagnostic radiology. Actually, it more focused to see the structures inside the body, and normally the radiologist also and or other physician can diagnose the cause of patient symptoms, and they also can monitor how well the patient's body is responding to a treatment that have been received by them. And I love this part because we also can screen for different illnesses such as breast cancer, colon cancer, and heart disease. And then one more thing, I choose this part because I enjoy this area since it's more related to my cause, and it can be said that many radiographers manage their radiologists or physician at this area, which actually can improve my working skills and knowledge. And plus, I think this area can be stated as one of the earliest steps in order to diagnose the disease. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's opened up a new angle for us to look at how should we prepare ourselves in this evolving technology. So I hope that you are no longer facing that frustrations. I believe you will prepare yourself very, very well. Like, I'll just to quickly point out a few things that have been highlighted by Miss Maria. Like she mentioned about balancing the academic theory and also clinical practices, equipping yourself on both sides, and also preparing for life learning. Be a person that is prepared for life learning and also ready to learn new things. So actually, these are all the things that we have been developed in the ministry as well. So we are going into that area. So I think we could work together as the academics and also as the students to help you really prepare for this evolving technology. All right. We now come to the end, the final questions for our moderator, Miss Aura. I would also love to know what is your opinion in terms of the multimodality imaging, in terms of the learning across multiple disciplines. Which area do you love the most? And I have the second question will be, how do you see yourself in the next 5 or 10 years in this field?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Hayati Yasmin. Yeah.
That's fine.
No, we live in a multimodality imaging world and learn across multiple disciplines. Technological examination is advanced enough. Check. Okay. Especially in the field of health and medicine. In order to establish a diagnosis, it is not enough to do an analysis, and cycle examination are needed. For example, radiological and laboratorium examination. We also still need to introduce a lot of radiological examination that people need to know about it because they are still not familiar. There are many kinds of radiological examination. For example, using X-ray, ultrasound, CT scan, MRI, and others. This radiological examination can be done in several positions such as supine, erect, depending on the patient's clinical indication. For X-ray examination, using X-ray radiation that has been controlled, safe depending on the type of examination, and has been supervised by Babatam. It still has its own dose. The examination didn't direct the patient to come and be photographed. However, some require special preparation depending on the patient's clinical indication. I'm currently in the 3rd semester majoring in radiodiagnostic and radiotherapy technique. The imaging modality that I have studied, for example, is conventional radiography, then the use of CR and DR, then also learn a little about PICS, and then to help Polytechnic once held a public lecture on teleradiology and IE. The development of radiology innovation is an effort facilitates the diagnosis of various diseases that cannot be seen by the 5 senses directly. The development of the radiology has gone through various considerations. One of them is that the benefit outweighs the risk. In its development, radiological innovation has entered several eras and utilized radios tool. In the computer era, X-ray machine made use of an innovative tool called CT scan. Subsequently, a new modality without the use of X-ray was discovered, namely MRI. The MRI tool works by manipulating photons with the radio waves in a strong magnetic field. Then, from simple tools, there are machine innovation with computer technology called SPEC and PET. This equipment is also combined with the CT and MRI. And the development of radiological innovation continued to occur until the digital era. In this era, the patient disease images are no longer in photo paper sheets, but are already in the form of digital data that can be sent directly between units in the hospital using a radiology information system. Meanwhile, for the storage and retrieval of radiological images, a picture exchange and communication system is used. In this era, radiological images can be directly informed by fellow doctors from different cities or countries, and this is called teleradiology. When we talk about comfort, I think it's a subjective thing. Later, if we work in radiology installation, it will be determined by our work experience and competency. So there are radiographers who like plain radiographer examination, for example, examination of the thorax, pelvis, extremity, because it is not too difficult and doesn't require special preparation. Then if we go into the contrast radiography, it makes us have to be more aware of the patient. We must know the psychological condition, how to the result of the patient laboratory examination, and must ensure that the patient, we must know the psychological condition, how the result of that, and must ensure the patient has made special preparation according to the instruction. Feeling comfortable or not, I think everyone must be different. Maybe there are radiographers who like the examination, for example, colon in loop with interference because the result picture is better. But if asked which field is of interest to me, I'm interested in ultrasound. Yeah, maybe I can tell you first. When I was in elementary school, I really like and felt wow when I saw a pregnant woman doing an ultrasound. Then when I was an adult, and then at the time I did a medical checkup and in my hometown, those who carry out examination are mostly men. Human resources for women are still very minimum, so I'm interested in pursuing this field later. And after I entered this department, it turned out that ultrasound, which I see abnormality in the liver, appendix, pancreas, and many others. This made me even more interested, namely that ultrasound is different from other modality that use X-ray radiation. Ultrasound uses sound wave technology to produce images of other parts of the body. Yeah. Also, in the fact, I haven't received any material on the subject because I'm still in the third semester, but I'm very interested in the ultrasound imaging modality. And for the last question, where I see myself in the field of the next 5 and 10 years. But for the next 5 years, God willing, after completing this applied bachelor degree, I want to continue my master education. First, after that, then I work. And I want to be a lecturer in the area where I live. And government regulations support the improvement of the competence of radiographer so that the radiographer's education is directed to become an expert in a specific interest. For example, in community, CT, MRI, USG, digital radiography, nuclear medicine, and radiation therapy. For the next 10 years, of course, there will be many development in the field of technology. Maybe in the future, we will no longer find clinical pictures on photo sheets, but everything has moved to digital, and it makes it even easier if we work with outstanding radiologists and others. And for several years later, we cannot say that modality A is more advanced than modality B because everything must have collaboration. For example, DR is now collaborative. When it comes to technology in the future, in Indonesia, currently BepTem is focusing on the patient radiation dose. Its instrument applicant is innovating to create a radiography device that use only a small dose to produce a very good image, and the result is equivalent to a high radiation image. That is the current picture. For an overview of the next 10 years, I hope the later the radiation dose is expected to be very, very small. Then about AI, AI is the ability or intelligence created by a tool designer in a microchip technology installed to assist the examination that is currently installed on the device. For example, currently is a CT scan machine. So when the patient is on the CT scan table, the tool can already measure how much the patient weighs. Then when scanning, there is already a technology called DEMA modulator to adjust the X-ray quantity according to the patient's needs, according to the organ being examined. For example, when we scan the thorax and CT scan the abdomen, then the phalangometry follows the contour of the patient body. So it's expected that the X-ray output will produce an optimal dose. Then about EI. So AI can detect from the image, not only showing the pictures, but also showing the anatomy. The anatomical name is visible. And in the next 10 years, it's hoped that will the intelligence AI technology, it's hoped that it will increasingly provide a more precise picture and provide prediction psychology in the human body. For example, in calculating the condition of an organ, what percentage of this organ in function, probably, or what percentage of the mass to the organism. I think that's all from me, Mom. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I love to hear different opinion and different preference in terms of the modality. And yeah, I also love to when you say that each of the modality have their own advantages. So we have to bring out the best from each of the modality, and it should be a collaborative work between this modality. So that's a very good point. Thank you, Miss Aura. I guess before we end our session today, it's very interesting to hear thoughts from students. I would also love to invite every student and also everyone and me myself as well to think of where we are going and how do we prepare ourselves in this different types of issues in general, or also specifically in our development in medical imaging. And also it's very good for this student, especially that you already know where you are going. And that is a very bonus point for you. And I wish all of you both a very good luck. And with that, I would like to open questions to the floor. You can type your questions in the chat box in the Zoom, or you can also type your questions in the YouTube comment sections, and I will direct the questions to our panels today. Or maybe within the panels, if you have any questions, you are free to ask within our discussions. Oh, we have one here. How do you encourage your friends to stay motivated? I think I would love to direct this question to our representative of students here. Maybe I can ask Miss Maria if you can answer the questions. How do you encourage your friends to stay motivated? Are you there? Okay, thank you. Can you unmute?
Sorry, Doctor.
Is it okay? This is the challenge that we have during pandemic.
Fine.
Right, I will repeat the questions. How do you encourage your friends to stay motivated?
All right, thank you. Can you hear me, Doctor?
Yes, I can hear you now.
For the questions. Okay. How I encourage my friends stay motivated? Actually, tak berapa banyak pun orang datang pada saya untuk minta nasihat to be more motivated. But there is some of them come to me and then asking advice for me. So kalau diorang ada masalah dari segi rasa macam down, rasa macam lonely during the virtual learning, will advise them to actually the first is selalu nasihatkan diorang berkenaan selalu keluar rumah. Maksudnya saya akan nasihatkan diorang supaya tidak berada di rumah terlalu lama. Not being stay at home too long. And then try to get out from your home and then try to be social with other people. Macam saya sendiri, kalau saya memang saya mengaku I admit that I have stress, I down during the virtual learning.
Yes, I think we are getting there with the internet. But I believe we really get the point here, like what Miss Maria trying to say is in order for us to stay motivated and to also can give that advice to our fellow friends is to not staying in your room or just be socialized, go out, exercise, eat good food, right? All right. Before we end, maybe I will just quickly, briefly hear advice from the Madam Fatimah regarding the same questions. How do you encourage us to stay motivated?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss Dr. Hayati. Juga di sini ada Dr. Nurul Saswina. Thank you, terima kasih. Nice to meet you. And then luar biasa, ini ada Maria Ulfa, Miss Maria Ulfa dan Miss Aura ya. Luar biasa, cakapnya cantik banget. Luar biasa, luar biasa. How do you encourage your friend, my student maybe ya, stay motivated ya.
Yeah.
Baik, oke. Pandemi naik COVID-19 ini memang dirasakan semua orang ya, khususnya student atau mahasiswa gitu ya. Hampir mungkin yang sudah saya sampaikan ya, bikin stres, jenuh ya, boring dan seterusnya ya. Tapi mungkin di akademik kami mungkin ya di JTRR Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, karena mahasiswa ini dalam memotivasi ini tidak bisa secara bersama-sama. Kadang-kadang sometimes mahasiswa mempunyai persoalan tersendiri ya, khususnya di remote area karena koneksitas internet wifi yang tidak stabil ya, kadang-kadang bikin stres. Ini harus disiapkan dosen pendamping ya, dosen pendamping privacy untuk bisa mendengarkan curhat gitu ya, untuk mendengarkan curhat apa yang menjadi kendala pada mahasiswa ya, sehingga mahasiswa bisa termotivasi. Ya, kadang-kadang mahasiswa itu tidak bisa menyampaikan khususnya di forum sangat pemalu ya, sehingga khusus bagi mahasiswa yang dinilai ya, mungkin kalau dosen biasanya sudah punya sense kenapa ada beberapa mahasiswa yang ada trouble ya, misalnya mungkin dia tidak hadir, sering terlambat, sering tidak tidak on cam dan seterusnya, bila dipanggil tidur dan seterusnya, pasti ada beberapa kendala dan permasalahan ya, sehingga harus didekati secara personal ya. Kalau secara bersama-sama pasti tidak akan efektif ya, harus didekati secara personal, diketahui problem yang akan dihadapi, diberikan solusinya, dan terus dimotivasi ya. Bahkan mungkin yang menjadi permasalahan mahasiswa adalah kuota internet ya, kuota internet ya. Di Indonesia mungkin maybe di Malaysia pasti ada subsidi atau bantuan kuota untuk student atau kuota murah dan seterusnya, paket-paket data untuk student ya. Namun mungkin karena student ini banyak jumlahnya, pasti untuk penyampaian kuota ini juga tidak bisa serta-merta. Ini juga menjadi kendala, khususnya bagi mahasiswa yang ada di remote area, di daerah terpencil. Nah, ini kadang-kadang sampai tertinggal jam tatap maya, jam tatap muka dengan Google Meet dan seterusnya. Nah, ini harus didekati, mungkin bisa sampai melibatkan orang tua untuk mendampingi mahasiswa ini. Ya, jadi siapkan dosen atau lecturer secara privasi mendampingi apa yang menjadi problemnya, karena biasanya mahasiswa secara bersama-sama kalau ditanya tidak akan pernah mengungkapkan perasaannya. Tapi ketika sendiri kita bisa melihat dari track record akademik dari mahasiswa tersebut, bila ada penurunan nilai dan seterusnya, perubahan tingkah laku dan seterusnya, seorang dosen atau lecturer ini harus tanggap ya, respon cepat ya, harus responsif terhadap student yang tidak on the track ya, sehingga harus segera didekati, dicari tahu permasalahannya, harus melibatkan orang tua atau his atau her parents ya, untuk sama-sama memotivasi. Ini mungkin lebih efektif dalam mendorong mahasiswa menghadapi segenap persoalan, segenap permasalahan dalam pandemi COVID-19 untuk pembelajaran atau studi di student atau mahasiswa.
Terima kasih Ibu, Madam Fatimah. Saya kira satu jawapan yang saling melengkapi daripada student representative and also from our academics. With that, I will like to say thank you very much for all our panels today. I think we really enjoyed all the discussions. With the interest of time, I have to limit the questions, but all the audience participants are very welcome to keep asking your question in the chat box, and our panels could directly ask you answer the questions there. And with that, I would like to again thank you very much, Dr. Shazwina, Madam Fatimah, Miss Maria, and Miss Aura. And I will pass back the floor to our Master of Ceremony.
All right, thank you so much to Dr. Hayati, and very entertaining forum. And of course, thank you to all of our panelists too. Not only a thank you from us, organizing committee also prepared a gift for all of our panelists and the moderator. We would like to give a certificate to them as a trophy and credit. We are truly enjoy your sharing session before. Thank you to all. Thank you to Multimedia Bureau. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the main event, let's give some space to our beloved audience to have a cup of coffee. Stay tuned. Be right back.
Artinya memang ada sesuatu yang kita bicarakan.
Devo 2 is the uncompromising cassette DR created by Fujifilm's innovative technologies. The ISS technology and the noise reduction circuit make it possible to generate images with low dosages, but with high resolution. To create a complete system, we applied the creative image processing virtual grid, which makes it possible to create high contrast images without a physical grid. Combining the panel's Devo 2, virtual grid, and optimized 2.5 kilowatt generator, we designed an ultra-lightweight digital X-ray cart, realizing a totally new concept. For quick movement, we adopted a four-wheel cart, which can slide in any direction, even spin, offering a freedom of movement unlike any other mobile X-ray. To control the movements, we applied an all-around handle, allowing free access. The hand switch can be placed freely. For better operation and quick viewing, we integrated the console and X-ray controller in the operation panel. The monitor can rotate, allowing views from different angles. A cableless arm from the head to the main unit. The flat surface of the operation panel were designed to be cleaned with ease. In addition, to keep germs from propagating and maintain clean equipment, we have applied an antibacterial coating on specified parts, creating a totally new digital X-ray cart concept and proposing a smart mobile workflow. Not designing a product, but designing a new workflow. It is the innovation that drives us to expand the horizon in the medical field. Value from innovation. Fujifilm.
I'm sorry, Miss, we can't hear you.
Apakah sudah, Hafik? Baik, tak terasa kita telah sampai pada puncak acara, yaitu acara peluncuran buku dan perayaan Hari Radiografi Sedunia. Para hadirin yang berbahagia, seperti yang saya katakan sebelumnya, publikasi kedua buku ini merupakan usaha bersama antara dua institusi radiografi, yaitu UNISA dan Poltekkes. Komponen utama dari kedua buku ini adalah tentang modifikasi dan tantangan di era pandemi COVID-19. Baik, untuk mempersingkat waktu, mari kita saksikan gimmick peluncuran buku yang sudah disiapkan oleh panitia. Selamat menyaksikan.
The head of the 400 Mawozo gang believed to be responsible for kidnapping 16 Americans, issuing an
Next up, Malaysia and Indonesia's health sector workers, including radiographers, are currently at high risk of infecting COVID-19 from their own patients due to the lack of proper SOP management and enforcement. The Ministry of Health should take drastic measures in order to prevent their frontliners from being further exposed to the dangers of this pandemic.
this book is very helpful for every medical imaging students that are going to clinical practice and even radiographers, because it explains almost everything that you need to know in handling COVID-19 patients. So in general, this book tells you what to expect and what should be done or practice when you are handling COVID-19 patient using different imaging modalities. So this knowledge will decrease the chances for the radiographers, the clinical practice students and even other patients in the department to be infected and will limit the risk of spreading the virus.
Buku panduan penunjang radiografi pandemi COVID-19 yang disusun atas kerjasama jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Semarang dengan Universitas Sultan Zainal Abidin Malaysia ini sangat menarik dibaca bagi kalangan mahasiswa. Kenapa? Karena isinya sangat relevan di era pandemi COVID-19 ini, serta saya mendapatkan referensi-referensi baru dan panduan teknis yang sangat mudah dipahami bagi kalangan mahasiswa. Dan setelah membaca buku ini, tentunya saya menjadi lebih percaya diri untuk menghadapi era pandemi COVID-19.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera. Bagi saya, buku ini secara keseluruhannya sangat menarik dan mudah dipahami. Ia sangat sesuai dijadikan sebagai bahan rujukan oleh juru X-ray, pihak pengurusan klinik, hospital, Jabatan Radiologi, terutamanya barisan akademik, serta sangat sesuai dibaca oleh pelajar, para pelajar bidang sains kesihatan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kalau kita lihat secara spesifik pada era pandemik COVID-19 ini cukup bagus karena mungkin ini buku yang kita tunggu berkenan dengan pada saat ini kita sedang mengalami pandemi COVID ya. Tentunya bukan saja untuk radiografer, saya lihat ini dengan bahasan-bahasan yang cukup bagus. Juga bagi mahasiswa yang akan melaksanakan praktikum di tengah lapangan. Sekian dan terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Semalam saya ada terima satu e-book daripada UNIZA. E-book ni satu kolaborasi antara Politeknik Indonesia dan UNIZA sendiri. Buku ni sangat membantu bagi kami as radiografer untuk menjalankan pemeriksaan, tak kiralah radiografi arm, CT scan dan MRI dan sebagainya lagi. Orang boleh dapatkan dan tengok sendiri ada pelbagai maklumat untuk kita as radiografer dalam menghadapi pandemik COVID-19 ni. InsyaAllah sekarang ni kita bergerak ke pandemik dan saya berharap kolaborasi ini dapat diteruskan lagi untuk bersih-bersih buku digital yang lain. Sekian, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Dalam buku panduan ini sudah dijelaskan terkait dengan pengenalan singkat ya COVID-19. Kami yakin dengan diterbitkan buku ini sangat bermanfaat sebagai panduan radiografer dalam melakukan pemeriksaan radiografi serta mengetahui bagaimana keselamatan baik keselamatan radiasi maupun keselamatan dari COVID-19. Sukses, mudah-mudahan kerjasama ini terus bisa berlanjut dengan kegiatan-kegiatan yang lain. Radiografer Indonesia sama sejahtera mendunia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Marvelous, very interesting gimmick video. Thank you very much to the organizing committee. Hopefully these two books will bring happiness and prosperous to the one that read it. For that, I would like to call upon the writers or the authors of these books to open their web camera. Representing to you, the first writer, Dr. Kamarul Amin bin Abdullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Thank you, Master of the Ceremony, His Excellency Dr. Marsum, as the Director of the Politeknik Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia, Her Honorable Prof. Dr. Sakinah binti Haris, the Dean Faculty of Health Sciences, UNIZA, Technologist Mr. Sawal Marsaid, President of Malaysian Society of Radiographers, Dr. Sugianto, President of Indonesian Society of Radiographers, PARI, Dr. Fairuz Muhammad Nasir, Head of School Medical Imaging UNIZA, Madam Fatima, the Head of Department of Radiodiagnostic and Radiotherapy Technique Poltekkes Kemenkes, my colleagues, fellow friends, students, and guests. It is my great honor to be here and to introduce our collaboration book entitled Radiography Guidelines During Pandemic COVID-19 Era and Panduan Penunjang Radiografi Pandemic COVID-19. These books have been authored and edited by both representatives from School of Medical Imaging, Faculty of Health Sciences, University Sultan Zainal Abidin UNIZA, and also Jurusan Teknik, Radiodiagnostik and Radioterapi, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia. For your information, this is our first book writing collaborations since our Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, in 2019. We took quite a long time to write this book because everyone is preoccupied with their daily obligations and routine work as educators as well as radiographers in the academic institutions. These books represent our reflective knowledge and thoughts in response to the current COVID-19 pandemic situations. So initially we thought that we could write books about education during the pandemic, but then we later decided to write about radiography practices. So this book will be useful not only to the students, but also to the radiographers as well. So the main idea was to convey information about how radiographers' role changed during the pandemic and how they can adapt or cope with the current challenges. We have also described the fundamental changes in the radiology department, including what happens before, during, and also after diagnostic examinations. The procedure and the type of PPE to be worn by the radiographer are also described detailed within. Therefore, I believe the contributions of Malaysian and Indonesian educators as well as the radiographers have been well blended in this book. So in conclusion, I would like to acknowledge that we wrote this book in the hope that we and all of us as educators and radiographers will gain some new knowledge about the changes to our radiography work and roles during this COVID-19 pandemic era, which we hope will end soon as we enter the endemic phase. Therefore, in recognition of our efforts, I would like to officially present you with these books as a token of our appreciations to our community as well as to our profession. Before I end my speech, with this year theme of the role of the radiographer in a pandemic, I would like to wish you all Happy World Radiography Day 2021. And therefore, I end my speech with thank you and hoping all the best for you and us. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Dr. Kamarul. Selanjutnya adalah Ibu Siti Masroha sebagai perwakilan untuk memberikan pidato. Kepada Ibu Siti Masroha, waktu dan tempat disilahkan.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kami hormati Prof. Sakinah, Bapak Dr. Marsum, BESMS PDMHP, yang kami hormati Presiden MSA Bapak Sawal, yang kami hormati Bapak Ketua Umum PARI Pusat Bapak Dr. Haji Sugianto, Magister Applied Science, yang kami hormati pula Bapak Dr. Kamarul, Ketua Jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Ibu Fatimah SSTMkes, dan seluruh hadirin yang berbahagia. Salam sehat untuk kita semua. Seperti yang sampaikan Pak Kamarul, kami melanjutkan, kami mewakili dari penulis yang ada dari Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, bahwa kita tahu bahwa the pandemic has changed everything. The diagnostic radiology service in no exception. Jadi pandemi telah merubah segalanya, tak terkecuali layanan di radiologi diagnostik, dan kami dengan sepakat dengan Bapak Kamarul dan teman-teman yang ada di Indonesia, kami ingin memberikan sesuatu yang bisa kita berikan kepada seluruh sivitas radiologi, khususnya di hari X-ray ini, ya, hari X-ray sedunia ini, kami ingin mempersembahkan sebuah karya, yaitu buku panduan radiografi di era pandemi COVID-19 ini. Kami tulis secara bersama-sama. Kami bersama-sama berdiskusi menyusun sebuah guideline pada pelayanan radiologi untuk era pandemi COVID-19 ini. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada seluruh sivitas yang ada di jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Demikian juga dengan Universitas Sultan Zainal Abidin Malaysia, bahwasanya buku ini kami susun menggunakan beberapa referensi yang ada di internasional, juga regulasi-regulasi di internasional dan nasional, yang kami harapkan bisa memberikan panduan kepada radiografer dalam menjalankan tugas pelayanan, juga kepada mahasiswa yang ada di Indonesia maupun di Indonesia yang akan melaksanakan praktek klinik di rumah sakit atau di layanan kesehatan, baik untuk melaksanakan kompetensi praktek maupun sebagai relawan. Kami sampaikan juga terima kasih sebesar-besarnya karena buku ini tersusun sebagai implementasi MOA kerjasama tahun kedua Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang bersama Indonesia Malaysia. Semoga adanya buku ini bisa menambah referensi sumber belajar bagi seluruh sivitas pendidikan radiologi baik di Indonesia maupun di Malaysia. Ucapan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kami sampaikan juga kepada seluruh narasumber sivitas radiologi yang telah memberikan beberapa masukan, serta pihak-pihak yang tidak bisa kita sampaikan satu persatu atas seluruh sumbangsih materi serta masukan-masukan yang berharga. Kami menyadari bahwasannya masih banyak adanya kekurangan dalam buku ini, tapi kami yakin bahwa buku ini sangat bermakna ke depannya. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala memberikan berkah untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Salam X-ray untuk kita semua. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Siti Masroha atas pidato yang diberikan.
For your information, the authors for this book consists of 6 authors. The first one would be Dr. Kamarul Amin bin Abdullah. I hope our multimedia bureau can pin the authors so that we can get to know each other. The first one, Dr. Kamarul.
Selanjutnya, Ibu Fatimah.
The next one, Dr. Fairuz binti Muhammad Nasir.
Selanjutnya, Ibu Siti Masroha.
And then, one Azlina Wati binti Ali.
Dan yang terakhir, Bapak Nanang Sulaksono. Baik, terima kasih kepada seluruh penulis atas kerja keras yang diberikan. Kami sangat mengapresiasi hal tersebut. Baik, para hadirin sekalian, Seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa setiap tanggal 8 November merupakan Hari Radiografi Sedunia. Jadi bersamaan dengan acara ini, kami bermaksud untuk merayakannya bersama dengan para audiens. Ibarat sekali merengkuh dayung, 2-3 pulau terlampaui. Baik, selanjutnya kami akan persilakan tamu kehormatan kita untuk memberikan sambutan pada perayaan Hari Radiologi Sedunia dan pada waktu yang sama juga meresmikan peluncuran buku sebelumnya. Kepada teknologis Bapak Sawal Marsaid, Ketua Persatuan Radiografer Malaysia, disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boleh dengar saya? Boleh dengar ke?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Sawal, but if you can increase your volume.
Oh, okay. Okey, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Terima kasih pengerusi majlis yang dihormati Prof. Dr. Sakinah binti Haris selaku Dekan Fakulti Sains Kesihatan UNIZA, Dr. Marsum, Director of the Politekes Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia, rakan saya Dr. Sugianto, the President of the Indonesian Society of Radiographers atau PARI. Lama tak jumpa beliau, okay. Dan juga rakan-rakan yang saya hormati sekalian. Terlebih dahulu saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada UNIZA, dan saya mohon maaf sebenarnya background saya ni saya tak boleh tukar. Dah dibekalkan dengan yang sepatutnya, tapi saya tak boleh nak tukar sebab komputer agaknya seusia dengan saya kot. Yang lama jadi saya tak boleh nak tukar, minta maaf yang itu. Okey. Terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur untuk menjemput saya bagi melancarkan ataupun launching of the book yang ditulis oleh Dr. Kamarul Amin dan juga rakan-rakan dari Politeknik Kesihatan di Semarang. Saya juga ingin mengucapkan selamat Hari Radiografi Sedunia, dan I try to talk about in both language because if I'm using the whole thing in English, kadang-kadang saya pun tak berapa reti sangat juga, kan? So I've been going through the books, okay? Saya dah melihat buku tu, dan dari segi susun atur, dari segi cara penulisan, bukan saja sesuai untuk pelajar, radiografer, malah bagi saya for public as well. It is a good book, simple, yet it's very informative. It's almost everything is been written in a simple way, easy to understand, even for the layman maybe, because everything is been written in the simple and easy to understand, from the general X-rays into the fluoroscopy into the CT scan, how it's been done. Is not tidak mengetengahkan saja macam mana COVID, pengendalian sakit COVID untuk dilakukan pemeriksaan, malah juga dinyatakan apa dia chest X-rays, what is a CT scan, what is a fluoroscopy. That is good for understanding for the public. So it is not we just educate our students, our radiographers, but for public as well. So tahniah diucapkan kepada Dr. Kamarul Amin dan juga tim daripada, saya minta maaf saya tak boleh menghafal nama-nama author kepada buku ni, Dr. Kamarul Amin, macam Puan Siti Masrohah tadi, dan juga Ibu Fatimah. Saya rasa saya pernah jumpa diorang di UNIZA tahun sebelum PKP hari itu kan, di UNIZA. Cumanya secara keseluruhan, saya rasa satu buku yang bagus untuk dibuat rujukan, bukan sahaja kepada pelajar-pelajar di Malaysia dan Indonesia, tetapi sebab ianya ditulis dalam bahasa Inggeris, so mungkin ianya boleh diketengahkan di dalam untuk pelajar-pelajar kita yang lain. Dan sebenarnya World Radiography Day 2021 dan temanya pun berdasarkan kepada pandemik COVID-19, dan sekarang ni di Malaysia kita telah bertukar kepada endemic, is no longer the pandemic. Hopefully it'll be semakin menurun kesnya dan semakin berkeadaan baik, dan pada tahun 2023 Malaysia sebagai tuan rumah kepada Asia Australia Radiographers Conference yang akan diadakan di Kuching, di Sarawak, dan harap kita boleh berjumpa secara fizikal pada waktu itu, dan mungkin dalam waktu terdekat kita juga boleh berjumpa secara fizikal. Dan saya sangat-sangat mengalu-alukan sekiranya buku ini boleh dibawa bersama sekiranya kita ada menjalankan mana-mana aktiviti di peringkat lokal ataupun international, sebabnya buku ini ditulis dalam bahasa Inggeris yang boleh diketengahkan lagi. Dan sekali lagi saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada penganjur Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin dan juga Politeknik Kesihatan Kementerian Kesihatan Semarang, Indonesia, dan rakan-rakan yang saya rasa kebanyakannya saya pernah jumpa di mana-mana conference ataupun semasa datang ke UNIZA sebelum pandemik hari itu. Okey, sekali lagi saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih. Selamat Hari Radiografi Sedunia, dan dengan ini dengan rasa bangganya saya ingin mengucapkan tahniah kepada Dr. Kamarul Amin dan juga tim daripada UNIZA dan juga dari Politekes Kementerian Kesihatan Semarang, Indonesia, dengan adanya mengeluarkan buku ini, dan dengan itu saya ingin melancarkan buku ini dengan sempena Hari Radiografi Sedunia. Terima kasih dan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to technologist Mr. Sawamar Said for his speech. Now I would like to call upon the President from Indonesian Society of Radiographers, PARI, Dr. Sugianto, to give his talk about World Radiography Day and at the same time officiate the book launching ceremony. Please welcome Dr. Sugianto.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Mas Safik. Yang kami hormati Dean of Faculty Health Science, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Sakinah binti Harid, Dr. Kamarul Amin Abdullah, Head of Medical Imaging School, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, Dr. Fairuz, Direktur Poltek Semarang, Bapak Marsum, Ibu Fatimah, Department of Diagnostic Radioterapi Semarang, dan terkhusus barangkali Presiden Malaysian Society of Radiographers of Technology Sawal Pak Said. Selamat jumpa lagi Pak Sawal, walaupun lewat Zoom. Mudah-mudahan selalu dalam keadaan sehat, walafiat, dan seluruh radiografer, ya, dari dosen, lecturer, seluruh partisipan kegiatan webinar yang diselenggarakan oleh UNIZA dan Poltekkes Semarang. Kegiatan hari ini tanggal 8 November 2021 bersamaan dengan merayakan World Radiography Day, kami ya dengan ucapan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby launch the book entitled Panduan Penunjang Radiografi Pandemik COVID-19. Mudah-mudahan buku ini bermanfaat sebagai amal jariah dari para penulisnya, dan tentu nanti tidak hanya berhenti pada buku ini, tapi akan terbit buku-buku yang lain produk-produk yang lain atas kerjasama dari kedua institusi. Mudah-mudahan kolaborasi ini
Dr. Sugianto, you there? I think this is the challenges during pandemic. Okay. I heard that Dr. Sugianto already officiate our book launching ceremony. Thank you so much to Dr. Sugianto. Thank you to Multimedia Bureau. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as promised at the beginning of our program today, we will announce the result of e-poster competition. However, before that, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to acknowledge the importance of the judges who came by and adjudicate with wisdom to pick the winners for the competition. Thank you for your hard work. So for the e-poster, I hope you guys can relax first. Okay, here the winners already in their hand. So right now, the moment that everybody waiting for, the announcement of the e-poster competition result. With that purpose, I would like to call upon Madam Azlinawati binti Ali, lecturer of UNIZA, also the judge, to announce the 5th and the 4th place prize. Please welcome Madam Azlinawati.
Okay, thank you. And Assalamualaikum to all participants and contestants. So now we are very pleased to announce the winners of Outstanding e-Poster Awards for Radiography Substantions category. And the winner will receive a cash prize worth 75 ringgit for the 5th place and 100 ringgit for the 4th place. And the winner for the 5th place goes to Nur Amirah Suhaimi from UNIZA. And the winner for the 4th place goes to one Nur Azrin, one Azhar Amran from UNIZA. So congratulations to the winner, and we get back to the host for the next announcement. Thank you.
Thank you to Madam Azlinawati. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Nurhamizah binti Muhammad Zainuddin, lecturer from University Sultan Zainal Abidin and the judge for today's competition to announce the best category, number 3 to number 1s. This is your floor, Dr. Hamizah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to all participants and contestants. So it is now time to announce for the top 3 winners for Radiography Substantion category. The winners will receive a cash prize worth RM500 for 3rd place, RM600 for the 2nd place, and RM800 for the 1st place. And with a great pleasure, I would like to announce the winners for the 3rd place. The winners goes to Muhammad Aziz Raihan Saputra from Poltekkes. Okay, for the 2nd place, we are thrilled to announce that the winners goes to Husni Ika Rahmawati from Poltekkes. Then, the 1st place, let's have a big circle of applause to Maximilian Martin from UNIZA. Okay, so congratulations to all the winners for this category. Okay, back to the MC.
Thank you, Dr. Hamizah. Congratulations to all the winners. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Hidayat Agus Sabarudin, the third judge, also a city applicant, to announce the fourth and the fifth place of the prize e-poster competition. Please welcome Mr. Hidayat.
Thank you very much for MC, Mas Hafiq. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. First, I'm very proud and delighted to be a part of this extraordinary event. And the second, as a judge for the poster competition, I saw how talented young radiographers saw a better future for the next generation of radiographers. And this time, I will announcement the winner of the poster competition in education category as the fifth winner. This is for Nur Syamini Ibrahimdan dari Indonesia. And next, for the fourth winner is Irsyad Dwi Hari Asmi from Poltekkes Semarang. Furthermore, please ask to our colleagues, maybe Mr. Salahuddin, to continue reading the winner. Back to MC. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hidayat. Lastly, I would like to call upon Mr. Ahmad Salahuddin Firdaus, representative from Fujifilm Indonesia, to announce the best award, the top 3 e-poster winners for the e-poster competition. Without delaying any minutes, please welcome Mr. Ahmad.
Ya, thank you very much. Terima kasih sebelumnya Mas Dayat atas pengumuman yang sebelumnya ya. Ya, selanjutnya kita akan umumkan untuk peringkat ketiga dan yang pertama. Saya izin dari Fujifilm Indonesia menyampaikan, mungkin bisa dilihat juga di sebelah kiri saya yang memenangkan untuk tempat ketiga atau yang kedua.
Tiga, Bapak.
Oke, tempat yang ketiga. Ya, selamat kepada Viviana Kesafan dari Universitas Zara. Ya, kemudian kita beranjak ke pemenang yang kedua, yaitu second winner, yaitu adalah Reza Ahsanun Naim dari Poltekkes Semarang, Indonesia. Selamat. Ya, kemudian ini yang ditunggu-tunggu ya oleh kita semua juga. Untuk tempat pertama dimenangkan oleh Naswa Putih Adani dari Poltekkes Semarang. Ya, terima kasih.
All right, thank you to Mr. Ahmad for the announcement and congratulations to all the winners. To me, everyone is the winner as you have battled yourself to join this competition and using all of your thought to complete the e-poster. Remember that your e-poster is your own masterpiece.
Baik, para hadirin sekalian, kami segenap panitia mempersembahkan sebuah video spesial untuk perayaan Hari Radiografi Sedunia tahun 2021. Selamat menyaksikan.
X-ray, radiation, radiation, X-ray, X-ray,
X-ray,
radiation,
X-ray.
and imaging person. Photographer plus traditional radiographer. And who capture X-ray image. Amazing medical worker to capture the image of human bone.
Medical photographer.
To capture the image of human bone and organ. To capture the image of the body. Professional radiographer.
Happy World Radiography Day. Selamat Hari Radiologi Sedunia. Radiologi hebat, kita bisa.
Selamat Hari Radiologi Sedunia. Radiologi bersinergi dalam harmoni.
Hi, I'm from JTRR Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Happy World Radiography Day. Radiologi hebat, radiologi bisa. Selamat Hari Radiologi Sedunia. Inilah kami radiologi.
Happy X-ray Invention Day.
Happy World Radiography Day 2021.
Selamat Hari Penemuan Sinar X yang ke-126.
Selamat Hari Penemuan Sinar X ke-126.
Selamat Hari Penemuan X-ray bermanfaat. X-ray bersama. Salam X-ray.
Invention X-ray.
Selamat X-ray Invention Day tahun 2021.
Happy X-ray Invention Day.
Happy X-ray Invention Day. Dengan X-ray kita lawan COVID-19.
Kami radiografer Indonesia mengucapkan selamat Hari Radiografi Sedunia.
Saya mengucapkan selamat atas peringatan penemuan sinar X yang ke-126 tahun.
Selamat Hari Penemuan Sinar X Sedunia yang ke-126. Semoga bermanfaat untuk umat.
Salam
Invention Day. Radiography is good.
Happy X-ray Invention Day. Semoga dengan penemuan sinar X bisa lebih mensejahterakan seluruh dunia dan umat manusia. Salam X-ray.
Hari libur kita ke pantai, memandang lautan berwarna biru. Happy X-ray Invention Day. Mari berkarya, kembangkan ilmu.
Happy World Radiography Day
2021.
Salam X-ray. Happy World Radiography Day.
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 Kami mengucapkan Happy World Radiography Day.
Kami mengucapkan Happy World Radiography Day.
Happy World Radiography Day. Stay safe.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. I am Nazim Nordin. I would like to wish all of you Happy World Radiography Day 2021. Sending all my love and gratitude from Dubai. Take care.
Happy World Radiography Day 2021. Thank you to all the radiographers around the globe. You are truly our hero. With the end of the special video before, then our ceremony has reached its end. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your face cam to have a photography session with our VIP. Hopefully, Multimedia Bureau can aid me this. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, thank you so much to all the attendants. Back to you, Miss Moderator.
Baik, terima kasih. Untuk menutup acara pada hari ini, saya persilakan kepada Dr. Fairuz binti Muhammad Nasir, selaku perwakilan dari Yuniza untuk memberikan pidato penutup. Kepada Dr. Fairuz, disilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Master of Ceremony, His Excellency Dr. Marsum, Director of Radiodiagnostic and Radiotherapy Technique, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia, Her Honorable Professor Dr. Sakinah binti Haris, Dean Faculty of Health Sciences, UNIZA, T.S. Encik Syawal Marsaid, President of Malaysian Society of Radiographers, Dr. Subianto, President of Indonesian Society of Radiographers, PARI, Madam Fatimah, Head of Department of Radiodiagnostic and Radiotherapy Technique, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia, Dr. Nur Hayati binti Jasmine and Madam Siti Masroha, Program Director of International Academic Forum, Jatmiko Diwantoro, General Manager Medical Division Fujifilm Indonesia, committee members and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, it is an honor to be here today at the International Academic Forum on Radiography Education and Technology during pandemic COVID-19 era. This wonderful collaboration between the School of Medical Imaging, Faculty of Health Sciences, UNIZA, and the Department of Radiodiagnostic and Radiotherapy Technique, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia, is an ongoing effort to ensure that our internationalities are well maintained. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic had an impact on all of us, including our life. It is not unheard in the radiographic profession. Specifically, if we look at both sides of education and clinical practice, we can see the both are severely impacted. Many new SOP have been introduced and new workflows have been implemented. The learning and teaching methodologies as well as the clinical practice component have been the most affected in education. The Ministry of Higher Education has also issued new guidelines of academic institution to follow in order to adapt the current pandemic situation. We have all converted to online method for learning and teaching session where students must fully utilize the online environment. We are forced to integrate into this new type of environment. However, we also discover that there are various types of teaching that we haven't explored in order to meet the demand for teaching delivery. We used to believe that traditional methods were the only way to teach, but now we realize that online methods have advantages as well. Furthermore, if we look at the clinical side, we can see that the radiographers are struggling with the new environment in the hospital, particularly in the radiology department. They must implement a slew of new policies and procedures at the risk of infection rises, not to mention the sudden increase in the number of patients who have arrived at the department. Therefore, with the comprehensive content of our event today, which include keynote speaker by our well-experienced educators and radiographers, an academic forum between educators and students, the launch of 2 radiography books, and the competition of an e-poster would more or less have provided a new information or issues that can be useful for everyone, both from education and clinical practitioner. It is critical for both parties to fully comprehend the change that occurs so that we are better prepared to face the future challenge and advance our profession. In conjunction with our celebration of World Radiography Day, I would like to wish you all a happy World Radiography Day 2021. I would like to thank the program director and all committees from both UNIZA and Poltekkes for successfully organizing this amazing event, which hopefully will become our annual event for our institution and improve the relationship between Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, with that, I end my closing speech. Please thank you and wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Dr. Fairuz atas pidato yang disampaikan. Selanjutnya, kami persilahkan kepada Ibu Fatimah selaku Ketua Jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang untuk menyampaikan pidato penutup. Kepada Ibu Fatimah, disilahkan.
Terima kasih Mr. dan Miss MC, ya, Mas Hafik dan Mbak Arbah. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke. Good day and best wishes for all of us. Salam sehat, sehat Indonesia bersyukur. The Honorable Prof. Dr. Sakina binti Harits, Dean of the Faculty of Health Science, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Dr. Marsum BSPD MHP, Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia. Dr. Kamarul Amin Abdullah, Deputy Dean Faculty of Health Science, UNISA. Dr. Fairuz binti Nasir, Head School of Medical Imaging, UNISA. Bapak Sawal Marsaid, President of Malaysian Society of Radiographer, MSR. Dr. Sugianto, SPD MAB PSC MRI, President of Indonesian Society of Radiographers or PARI. Bapak Jeffrey Ardianto, MAB PSC MRI CT Scan, President of IPRI, Asosiasi Institusi Pendidikan Radiografi Indonesia. Dr. Nur Hayati binti Jasmine and Madam Siti Masroha, SSIMKes, Program Director, International Academic Forum on Radiography Education and Technology during Pandemi COVID-19. Yang kami hormati Bapak Jatmiko Dwi Wantoro, General Manager Medical Division Fuji Film Indonesia, and then committee member and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, I believe that during this day, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion in this international event between JTRR, Jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, and Faculty of Health Science, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, whose main frame is International Academic Forum on Radiography Education and Technology during Pandemic COVID-19. We have learned a lot from the keynote session delivered by the amazing keynote speakers, academic forum, which are delivered by comprehensive panelists. I sincerely hope through your presentation and discussion afterward, all of us can contribute to solve the educational problems in our own countries related to pandemic situation. Even though the contribution may be small, but is it still valuable? Kami percaya dengan forum akademik ini akan semakin mempererat kerjasama di antara dua institusi dan dapat terus berkolaborasi dalam pelaksanaan Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Furthermore, congratulations to all the winner e-poster competition from radiography student who have shared their interesting work. Selamat untuk para juara pemenang e-poster. Semoga prestasi yang kali ini telah diraih dapat memotivasi untuk terus berkarya, berprestasi, menghasilkan karya-karya yang dapat memajukan alma mater kalian. Second, special to the author and readers of book title Radiography Guideline during COVID-19 era, which is written with collaboration from lecturers from GTRR and UNISA. Our hope this first book can be followed with the next scientific product from two institutions and from our colleges in radiography, imaging, education, and clinical sites. Kami bersyukur atas produk kolaborasi perdana ini. Nanti semoga dapat menginspirasi karya-karya para Bapak Ibu dosen selanjutnya nanti bisa dikembangkan terus di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. And the third, we would like to thanks and appreciate Dr. Nur Hayati binti Jasmine and Madam Siti Masroha as Program Director, all of student and committee members for organizing this forum and ensuring that is proceeded smoothly. Terima kasih atas kerja keras, kerja cerdas, kerja ikhlas, dan segenap panitia dan mahasiswa dari HIMA, DEMA, JTRR, dan Mirza Unisa. Terima kasih kami sampaikan juga kepada Fuji Film Indonesia atas supportnya dalam menyukseskan kegiatan ini. Juga kami ucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada para juri e-poster, Ketua AIPRI, segenap Ketua Jurusan, Kaprodi, segenap Kaprodi di institusi radiologi di seluruh Indonesia, of Radiographer Society from Indonesia and Malaysia that have been joined this event and commemorated X-ray Day this year together. IS Society has chosen this year's theme as the role of the radiographer in a pandemic. We want to celebrate with our students, faculty members, and radiographers in Indonesia and Malaysia. We know that radiographers as a frontline healthcare has played a vital role in healthcare during this pandemic. Our respect and appreciation to your work matters, and we thank you for the care you give to patients every day. Once more, thank you all of radiographers. Stay safe and healthy. Happy World Radiography Day. Selamat Hari Radiografi Sedunia pada teman sejawat kami radiografer dimanapun berada. Anda semua adalah sosok pahlawan kesehatan yang telah berjuang mewujudkan masyarakat yang sehat, terlebih di masa pandemi ini. Perjuangan kita saat ini akan dilihat generasi penerus sebagai contoh teladan yang baik bagi kemanusiaan dan kesejahteraan umat manusia. Demikian sambutan penutup dari kami. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Terima kasih. Salam CTRR. I help you. Integrity, hospitality, excellent, loyalty, profesional, universal. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Fatima atas pidato yang diberikan.
Alright, the organizing committee would like to thank to all of our guests of honor, the sponsor, Fujifilm Indonesia, and to all of our audience. Thank you so much for your stay tuned with us until the very end of this program. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize everybody if we have done any mistake throughout the whole program. As my last word, I pray that all attendants will overflow with the joy and knowledge, be given a good health, and all affairs be simplified. We also pray that Malaysia and Indonesia continues to have peaceful, prosperous, and protected from all evil elements. Everything's come from God, but the mistake and error come from ourselves. I am Muhammad Hafiqrul Zuhair bin Husri.
Dan saya Arbadifa Rosabella Wahyu, selaku MC pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa di lain waktu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. It is my great honor to be here today and to introduce our book entitled Radiography Guidelines During Pandemic COVID-19 Era. This book has been authored and edited by both representatives from School of Medical Imaging, Faculty of Health Sciences, University Sultan Zainal Abidin or UNIZA, and Jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Terapi Politeknik Kesihatan Kemenkes Semarang, Indonesia. For your information, this is our first book writing collaboration since our Memorandum of Understanding in 2019. We took a long time to write this book because everyone is preoccupied with their daily obligations and routine work as educators in the academic institutions. This book represents our thoughts and opinions in response to the current COVID-19 pandemic situation. Initially, we thought we could write a book about education during the pandemic, but we later decided to write about radiography practices. This book will be useful not only to the students, but also to the radiographers as well. The main idea was to convey information about how radiographers' roles change during the pandemic and how they can adapt or cope with the current challenges. We have also described the fundamental changes in the radiology department, including what happens before, during, and after diagnostic examinations. The procedure and the type of PPE to be worn by the radiographers were also detailed within this book. However, we admit that some weakness of laws may be discovered in this book because we may not be able to cover all issues and problems in the radiology department during the process. But we have made every effort to include as many of the major issues and techniques as possible. I believe the contributions of Malaysian and Indonesian educators as well as radiographers have been well blended in this book. In conclusion, I would like to acknowledge that we wrote this book in the hope that we and all of us as educators and radiographers will gain some new knowledge about the changes to our radiography work and roles during this COVID-19 pandemic era, which we hope will end soon as we enter the endemic phase. As a result, in recognition of our efforts, I would like to officially present to you with this book as a token of my appreciation. With that, thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami hormati para akademisi bidang radiografi di Universitas Zainal Abidin Malaysia dan di jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik Radioterapi Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Kami mewakili penulis pada buku panduan penunjang radiografi pandemi COVID-19. Kami mengucapkan rasa syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala berkat rahmat dari Ridhonya telah tersusun buku panduan penunjang radiografi pandemi COVID-19 ini sebagai wujud panduan bagi radiografer maupun mahasiswa di bidang radiografi imaging untuk melakukan diagnosa penyakit COVID-19 yang sedang melanda di dunia ini. Buku panduan ini juga tersusun sebagai bentuk kerjasama internasional antara jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik Terapi Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang dengan Universitas Zainal Abidin yang bisa menjadi sumber belajar khususnya bagi para radiografer maupun mahasiswa yang akan melaksanakan kegiatan layanan radiologi untuk melakukan diagnosa dengan menggunakan berbagai modalitas beserta alat pelindung diri yang digunakan serta proses dekontaminasi. Akhirnya kami atas nama penulis mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang telah mendukung tersusunnya buku ini. Juga kami mohon maaf apabila masih ada kekurangan di dalam penyusunan buku ini. Semoga Allah SWT selalu memberikan kemudahan dan keberkahan untuk kita semua. Terima kasih.
Attention to all the attendants, thank you so much for your cooperation, and I would like to ask everyone to fill in the feedback Google form that have been pinned in the chat box below, and yeah, you can fill in the Google form. Okay, there is one more option. You can scan this QR code on the screen right now, and the same thing, you will fill in the feedback form. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much to everybody that filled this Google form. If you pass, or you can just go on to the chat box and fill the link. So we will end this session with one more video. Let's enjoy it.
Saya selaku Ketua Jurusan Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang mewakili segenap keluarga besar JTRR Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang mengucapkan Happy X-Ray Invention Day. Semoga memperoleh keberkahan dan motivasi semangat untuk terus berkarya, berkinerja, dan berprestasi, makin maju mendunia, menjadi radiografer handal dan profesional. Salam JTRR. I help you. Integrity, hospitality, excellent, loyalty, profesional, universal. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat Hari Penemuan Sinar X ke-126. 8 November 1895, 8 November 2021. Semoga teknologi Sinar X semakin berperan dalam pencegahan COVID-19. Salam X-Ray.
Selamat Hari Penemuan Sinar X yang ke-126. Semoga teknologi Sinar X semakin bermanfaat, semakin maju dan berguna bagi kesehatan umat manusia. Salam X-Ray.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya mengucapkan selamat atas peringatan penemuan Sinar X yang ke-126 tahun. Mari kita dapat menggunakan Sinar X secara bijak untuk pengembangan teknologi, pelayanan kesehatan, dan keselamatan radiasi untuk kemanusiaan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hari libur kita ke pantai, memandang lautan berwarna biru. Happy X-Ray Invention Day. Mari berkarya, kembangkan ilmu.
Saya radiografer. Selamat Hari Penemuan Sinar X ke-126. Semoga teknologi Sinar X memberikan manfaat dan semakin inovatif.
Selamat Hari Ditemukannya Sinar X yang ke-126. Maju terus radiografer Indonesia. Salam X-Ray.
Invention X-Ray Day. Semoga dengan penemuan X-ray akan membawa kemanfaatan dan keselamatan untuk dunia. Salam X-ray.
Selamat Hari Penemuan Sinar X ke-126. Sinar X semakin bermanfaat bagi dunia kesehatan.
Semoga bidang radiologi mampu menjawab tantangan zaman di bidang teknologi radiologi dan memberikan semakin memberikan manfaat ke depan. Salam X-ray.
Selamat hari penemuan statistiknya yang ke-126. Semoga bermanfaat untuk umat manusia.
Happy World Radiography Day. Selamat Hari Radiologi Dunia. Radiologi hebat, kita bisa.
Hai semua, saya Istifa Ajwa binti Jahidin, pelajar tahun 3 Pengimejan Perubatan daripada Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin. Saya ingin mengucapkan Happy World Radiography Day kepada seluruh juru X-ray di seluruh dunia. Dan terima kasih juga kerana telah menjadi salah satu barisan hadapan ketika pandemik COVID-19 ini. Anda semua adalah hero sebenar kami.
Hi, I am Nurliana binti Amran. I am a medical imaging student from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, and I would like to wish to all radiographers in the world Happy World Radiography Day. You are our hero.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hai, saya Maisarah Ali Wahab dari Sarjana Muda Pengimejan Perubatan tahun 3 UNIZA Malaysia. Ingin mengucapkan Happy World Radiography Day 2021. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada semua radiografer atau juru X-ray di Malaysia dan negara serantau Indonesia di atas segala pengorbanan anda sepanjang menghadapi pandemik COVID-19.
Saya Muhammad Atik bin Kasim merupakan salah seorang petugas kesihatan di Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia sebagai juru X-ray. Di kesempatan ini saya ingin mengucapkan Happy World Radiography Day kepada semua rakan-rakan juru X-ray di Malaysia. Bersama-samalah kita mendukung pelan transformasi sistem kesihatan KKM bagi mendepani cabaran sebarang pandemik sebagai contoh yang kita lalui sekarang iaitu COVID-19. Melalui pelan ini, semoga kita sebagai juru X-ray dapat memberi khidmat yang mantap, efektif serta berkualiti selari dengan perkembangan dunia perubatan.
Saya Siti Hajar Betisul, pelajar tahun akhir Diploma Radiografi dari Institut Latihan Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia Sungai Buloh. Ingin mengucapkan selamat menyambut Hari Radiografi Sedunia 2021 kepada semua juru X-ray di seluruh dunia. Diharapkan anda semua diberikan kesihatan yang baik dan kesejahteraan hidup untuk terus membantu dalam memutuskan rangkaian COVID-19. Terima kasih frontliner. Kita jaga kita.
Saya Nurul Syakira binti Zahidin, pelajar Pengimejan Perubatan tahun akhir dari Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin UNIZA. Sebagai radiografer, cabaran utama yang harus kami hadapi sebelum dan selepas pandemik adalah kami harus sentiasa memastikan diri kami terjamin dan selamat dari virus COVID-19, terutamanya ketika mengendalikan pesakit COVID-19. Oleh itu, penting untuk kami memastikan orang sekeliling kami juga selamat daripadanya.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarana Haridas. I am one of the undergraduate students from UNIZA who is currently pursuing a degree in medical imaging. First of all, Happy World Radiography Day, which is an annual event that recognizes the achievements and contributions of medical imaging field to the world. With so many horrific diseases plaguing around the world, it is very important to have a good disease management plan. Radiology plays a huge role in providing physicians more tools, more techniques, more options in detection and treatment of those diseases. As I said, us as the future of medical imaging field must be well educated according to the new technological advancements in the field. So that's all from me. Thank you and stay safe.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Saya Muhammad Halmi bin Syamsuddin merupakan Ketua Juru X-ray daripada Hospital Tawau Sabah. Pada pendapat saya, cadangan penambahbaikan sistem kesihatan yang boleh dilakukan adalah pihak berwajib atau tertentu boleh menyediakan pusat kuarantin yang lebih selesa, selain mereka perlu berdaya saing di pesada global dari segi artificial intelligence atau menyiapkan diri mereka dalam revolusi perindustrian 4.0. Jadi, kami ingin mengucapkan Happy World Radiography Day 2021.
Saya Alza Azri bin Osman, pensyarah di Pusat Pengimejan Perubatan Universiti Sultan Zainal Abidin, ingin mengucapkan selamat menyambut World Radiography Day 2021 kepada semua radiografer di luar sana. Semoga program yang diadakan sempena sambutan World Radiography Day tahun ini dapat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua. Saya juga ingin mengambil peluang ini untuk mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua radiografer kerana telah bertungkus lumus untuk menjalankan tugas sebagai radiografer, terutama sekali ketika pandemik COVID-19. Terima kasih.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. I am Nazim Nordin. I would like to wish all of you Happy World Radiography Day 2021. Sending all my love and gratitude from Dubai. Take care.
Sempena meraihkan sambutan World Radiography Day 2021, saya ingin mengajak saudara-saudari untuk sama-sama bersyukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu wa Taala kerana telah memilih kita semua untuk mencurahkan khidmat bakti kepada masyarakat melalui bidang radio yang mampu memberi banyak manfaat kepada masyarakat di luar sepanjang berkhidmat kepada mereka yang memerlukan.
Assalamualaikum. We are from School of Medical Imaging UNISA, wishing you a happy World Radiography Day to all diagnostic and therapeutic radiographers and also to all medical imaging professionals across the globe. Keep a good work, commitment and spirit in our field as
Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih semua.
Terima kasih semua, izin pamit.